The onus is on SANWIT at a national level to request for these opportunities to be disseminated to provinces. And I say this because the reasons we had some of the problems and the scandals we've been having is because individuals go to these agencies and they request for themselves and they get the opportunities and they do not report back. And the impression created is that the agencies have not done anything for women in transport. And that is not true. Individual people have been knocking on doors under the SANWIT banner, illicitly so in some instances. So we're trying to curve that. We're trying to make sure that there is a coordinated plea for these opportunities, and then a dissemination will be done in accordance to the modal structure that we have. So if we go to SANRAL, it will be people in the trucking and construction and road freight industry that will benefit. We are together, right? If we go to ATNS, it will be women in aviation who will benefit, and so on and so forth. If it's ports regulator, it will be ladies in maritime. And if you so happen to be in more than one mode, then you will just happen to benefit from all of them. But that is how it will be disseminated moving forward. Please bear with us on that one. We're trying to right a wrong and correct a legacy that has left us with a certain level of an impasse, problems and challenges. Yes, we're together, ne? Thank you so much, ladies. Today, we will be joined by the Deputy Minister as well of Transport. Deputy Minister will be coming in shortly. His only responsibility today, though, will be to be giving us the closing remarks, because we've heard both at the gala dinner and yesterday, we've heard from our minister, we've heard from our DDG. We know why we're here. We know where we are heading. We know the challenges. And we know that henceforth, we're taking that leap into being a bigger, better, and stronger SANWIT. So the first session will be these following agencies. It will be ATNS. It will be RAF. That's the Road Accident Fund. I'm looking for my notes now. They've disappeared in my hands. Hey. And they are here. Oh. Yes, here we go. Yes. It will be PRASA. It will be ATNS. It will definitely be SANRAL. Yeah. It will be RSR. It will be RAF, SAMSA, and AXA. After which we'll be hearing from the Commercial Transport Academy, and 3 beautiful young women in transport will be telling us their story and how they got into this business. After which we'll have questions and answers, and we are good to go home. So me, I'm dependent on you guys. The only snag to my program is us waiting just a little bit, some 10 minutes for the Deputy Minister. We're fine with that, ne, ladies? I apologize. It's not my thing. Me, I'm here. I was here before all of you, ne? So just bear with me just a little bit. And Mpumalanga also, Mpumalanga, because they are hosting us. You see them, ne? They want to do something for us. Yeah. The host doesn't. Yes. And I'm emulating that sunrise from Mpumalanga. You know, Apilanga Lipuma Kona. I'm a sunflower today. They also have an item for us. So when we start, we'll start with Mpumalanga, and then we'll continue. It will be very short, but they want to thank us for being here. They want to show us that they are the hosts, and we'll take it from there. So Mpumalanga, I know we are reading yourself. I know we have worked our magic there, but I want you to start when we start the program, right? So in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to do? Do you want us to sing? Do you want us to dance? Me, I'm at your mercy today. Yes. We can do anything. DJ, hit us with some nice music there. Make it 80s African, ne? Please, we want to boogie. Soon the high heels are going to go off. Before we get to the order of proceedings, there must be holy chaos and necessary evil to revive and rejuvenate our hearts and spirits. The order of the day is, so I hlale phansi. Thank you so much, ladies. It's really beautiful to be here. I also want to reaffirm that we are here with our hearts, our spirits, but mostly our intellect. So as I said to the minister yesterday, is that nobody must be fooled by the high heels and lipstick, by the tight dresses and cleavage. We are far more than anything that everyone sees at face value. As we sit here, we have women in maritime. Can I just see the hands of women in maritime? Yes. Can I see the hands of women in aviation? Aviation. It's not possible that there's no one from aviation. Yes, there we go. Can I see the hands of women in road transportation? There we go. Can I see the beautiful woman in the taxi industry? Can I see the woman? Oh, it seems like those are the most women that are here. Can I see again the women in the taxi industry, guys? Can I see my women in trucking? Can I see young women, and young is anything below 35? Oh, do you see them? The minister said yesterday, we must give you opportunities. So if you leave SANWIT, the AGM, without having network sufficiently enough to have people's numbers, you're going to knock on doors. I don't know what you are doing here. I have a woman who's going to speak today, who's going to speak about opportunities for young women, specifically in the trucking industry. So you better listen very attentively when she comes. And if I were you, but I'm not you, but if I were you, I would first get a picture with her so that I remember what she looks like from today. I would then get her cell phone number and email address. I'm just helping you guys to help yourselves. Young women in particular, they must be zooming into you guys. And even with the provinces that did not bring the young women here, please note there is going to be extra added effort and attention paid to the progression of young women in transportation. We are going to start with our program. And as I stated, that our program is going to be with the agencies of the Department of Transport coming and telling us what opportunities they have for you. So can I call up to the stage RAF, the representatives from the Road Accident Fund? Can I call up to the stage the representative from PRASA? Can I call up to the stage the representative from ATNS? I must just check with my guys for the presentations. Okay, so I'm calling RAF, I'm calling PRASA, I'm calling ATNS, I'm calling SANRAL. Those four. No. Hey, I'll be chopped up on the chopping board. I apologize. Let me start again. I'm calling RAF. I'm calling South African Port Regulator. I'm calling PRASA, and I'm calling ATNS. Sandra, you'll come again after them, please. So that is RAF, it's PRASA, it's the Ports Regulator, and ATNS. These are the people, ladies, and the few gentlemen that are here with us that are going to tell us what opportunities they have for you. This is a time for you to take notes and contact details. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Mama. Truly appreciate it. Gauteng always on par and on my beck and call. It's going to be a concentration, an oversaturated concentration on young women and women with disabilities. So please listen attentively. Take people's numbers and contact details. That's what networking is about. Take pictures with them so you know what they look like, because we're going to forget. The only person you won't forget from this is myself, unfortunately, because I've been standing here for 2 full days. Thank you so much. Can we please have RAF in the order that I stated? Yes. They'll come and give a presentation on the opportunities, and then we'll call the second grouping and we'll have a Q&A session. Thank you. There's somebody missing. Okay, I'm not sure. So we have RAF, we have force regulator, HNS. So we don't have PRASA. Okay, let's go last with the virtual preponderance. Are you gonna be? Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna call somebody else then. Then can we please then have Sandral as well? We want 4. We're moving with the speed of lightning today. There's no time for manga business. Yeah. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I'm even going to stand. Never mind if I take the high heels off, because even me, I'm somebody's child, innit? So bear with me, yeah. Yeah, you can start. I die. Last to the stage first. Okay, and here's your presentation. Eh?
Do they have it up?
Yeah. You have the Sandral presentation, please. Sandral presentation first.
I thought I would be last.
Sorry.
I swear. The program said I'm last. But anyway, we're here. Good morning, ladies. You know, I'm very... Kastwana baring kitile a ke khono dancer. Bo mama ba leng bo ba mpontshitse. The man from Gauteng in an orange dress. I need to link up with you back in Joburg. I need to learn some moves. Is it up? Do you guys have it? I got really intimidated when they asked women in roads, and half of the room raised their hands. I'm terrified.
So when it is up, here's your
Next. Yes. Maybe I should start by introducing myself. My name is Lechonolo Memeza, and I work for SANRAL, South African.
The billions are there. The billions.
We don't have.
Listen nicely.
So I work for SANRAL. We build roads, we build bridges, interchange, the works. And we're building those for the country, for the nation, for economy to move. My title is Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. But I met some of you last year, guys. I attended the roundtable discussion last year, and at that time I was the acting CEO. So you didn't notice me? Maybe I was too timid at that time. So my portfolio is responsible for strategy, transformation, business development, marketing and comms, stakeholder relations. So those are my responsibilities at SANRAL. So we were tasked to present on opportunities at SANRAL, what SANRAL can be able to offer to women. So let's go through it without wasting any time. So if you look at, I think yesterday in the closeout report, I'm thinking it's a closeout report from the interim leadership of SANWIT. They cited COVID-19, and I heard some of the members indicating that don't cite COVID, but COVID affected us severely, especially in the construction industry. There's a significant decline or decrease in number of women participating in our projects. And there are a number of women who decided to resign because of COVID and the implications of it. And some women lost their jobs because construction, you all know that, especially around level, is it 5, 4, we couldn't work at all. So a lot of people lost their jobs. So there's been a significant backtrack in trying to close the gap between men and women representation in our construction industry. What this slide shows you is the gender parity in labor force, and it shows you that it's standing at its lowest since the inception of monitoring the stats, that it's sitting at 62.9. And since 2022, there have been very few economies that have tried to recover that or close that gap, and it's only 30 out of 145, which is about 21%. So those are the stats that we can share later during break, and I can elaborate on those. But it shows that there's been significant decline, even with the less representation of Marabu sisters. Thanks. So at Sunroll, our solution to this problem is starting from grassroots. So to empower women from early stages. I forgot to mention something in Motswana. So in Tswana there is seane se se reng lore le ojwa le sa le metsi. So simply meaning you can be able to train a child when they're still young. So we have a really amazing program in educating the next generation. So we rolling out, actually right now is the open window period for application of scholarships and bursaries. So I would encourage, I heard the MC here asking ages, and I was like, yo, some of us will be embarrassed. And I think I saw hands this side of ladies who are below 35. And my assumption is that you're still studying. But I'm not closing everybody out, even if you're old. I mean, my mom got her degree when she was 50. So it's never too late. So we do have scholarship and bursaries that we're offering in the field of engineering, but not just engineering, but in any other field. My background is not engineering. I'm not an engineer. But I managed to rise within the engineering space. So there are a lot of other qualifications that you can obtain and still operate within the sector. So the scholarships, it's, you know, I wish I can share all the videos that we have, how we impacting people's lives. Because if you educate one person in the family, imagine the transformation within that family. And not just the family, the community, the sector, and the country. So my encouragement is that please, when you get home, for your kids and the young people who are here, apply for those bursaries. Apply for those scholarships for your kids to be able to be funded. Imagine you don't have to pay for school fees and your kids will go to the best schools. And we don't just take care of the fees, we take care of everything relating to the education of the child. Even in varsity, we don't just pay for varsity fees, we pay for that, for accommodation, for food. So even other laptops, whatever that's required for that kid. So please, go onto our website, apply. And our website, by the way, has a reverse charge to the organization. So we're making it available for everyone to be able to access that. But the outreach programs are being rolled out as the applications are open. So our stakeholder relations team, they are going across, I don't know how many I've approved. They are going across the country to reach out to students, to scholars. And our aim, because we've seen that, and this is not anything towards Western Cape, but we've sponsored a lot of Western Cape students and scholars. So we're trying to reach out to predominantly rural provinces. So, and I know that the country is huge. So we'll reach some and maybe they won't be able to reach others in terms of outreach. But the website application forms are there, please apply. Because we want to increase numbers in predominantly rural villages. I'm from a rural village myself. I grew up in a dusty streets, Zamuruleng, and yeah, and I'm here. So it's possible that you can be born in Kala and become CEO of SANWIT one day, you know. So please, let's look into that because, as I said, Lorelo Ojwale Salemeti. And in empowering women-led enterprises, obviously we want to nurture the thriving ecosystem. I was having a discussion from yesterday and even this morning with some of the ladies who approached me. I'm very shy. The reason that I don't approach you first is that please come and talk to me. I'm nice. I may appear a little bit cold, but when you come, okay, maybe I was wrong. But honestly, if you come to me, I will share what I can share. So I've shared some of the initiatives that we are putting in place at SANWIT. We've put a lot in place. As you all know, maybe you are aware of our transformation policy. It was implemented in 2017. It had all the good intentions, but it was categorized as an enabler. So we had 4 pillars. We had roads as a pillar, we had road safety, we had mobility, we had stakeholder relations. Those were our 4 pillars. But over the years, since its inception or implementation in 2017, we realized that transformation should be at the center of everything that we do. And given where we are as a country, transformation needs to happen. For us, we look at it as our license to operate. Without transformation, our projects don't move. Without inclusivity, our projects don't move. And people are angry, and it's understandable. There are high levels of unemployment, as I indicated with the first slide, women participation, youth, people with disability. Everybody wants opportunities, and we need to open up. So this is fresh from the oven. On Tuesday, we were in a meeting, I'm not lying, from 8 o'clock until 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night. Amongst those things that we discussed, and amongst those things, some of them which were approved, is to approve transformation to be a pillar within the SANWIT strategy. That's huge. That's a huge milestone, at least for my department, to achieve. And with that comes a lot of benefits towards transformation. So transformation will be put at the center. So no tender document will go out without transformation, my unit signing it off. And that tender document, making sure that it caters for the community around where the project's gonna be rolled out. So it's very important, ladies, to be very structured, to be ready, because we work hard in boardrooms to push these things, to push them through tender documents, but we want to find you guys more structured so that when opportunities start rolling out, you take those opportunities and you run with them. Oh. Yes. Okay. No, you can't do, okay. So another initiative that we're coming up with is Black Industrialist Scheme that we're putting together for the country to be able to identify Black industrialists. So you understand that it's not just constructing the road. There's a lot that happens in the entire value chain. The supply of materials, aggregates, everything that goes with building the road. So we're trying to identify all those people who can be able to supply those. And once we identify the Black industrialists, we will be able to identify specific work that we'll set aside for those. And women are at the top list. of those people or categories that we will target. So you should be in the lookout for those RFIs, and we can share the details with SANWIT and they can disseminate further down. And then we have another one that's very important, that's contractor development program that is accredited by the CIDB. And with that, it's similar to what we're gonna do with Black industrialists, is that we're gonna be able to, and this is, because you know it's illegal to do set-aside, but we found way through that CIDB contractor development program, that once we finalize, because we are intending to finalize this in November, December, and then we start rolling out in the new year. We will identify certain projects from grade 1 to grade 9, and they will be set aside for you. So it's very crucial. It's very crucial for you guys to be structured, to be registered, to be compliant, so that when you respond, you respond. I'll move fast. Okay, this slide shows that we've given more bursaries in the previous financial year to female scholarship holders and bursaries, and that we offer bursaries not just to engineering but to every other discipline. So don't be discouraged. I'm running, huh? Okay, those are the stories. You see, Eastern Cape is Western Cape. Yeah, it's so sad. So with the 30%, this is important. With the 30% subcontracting, we've realized, because minimum is 30, but we're pushing main contractors to subcontract more. In our triple P, we are in court, because they took us to court, these big guys. Because with the specific goals, we went radical. We allocated, I can't talk about it because now it's a court case, but we allocated more to Black people, to women, to youth. Now they took us to court. So we're fighting that. So with the 30% subcontracting, we are setting aside a percentage to women. And I can't say it now because it's in court, but there's a percentage set aside just for women. We have supplier development desk. Please, ladies, use that supplier development desk. That desk will assist you to understand where you went wrong in your submissions, for you to understand that document that you have to complete when you're tendering. And we are simplifying, actually, the subcontractor agreement to be simple and not that big document that you have to complete. So please use those supplier development desks. They are meant to assist you with everything that you need. If you want to organize women, that those people come and present to you in a group, do that. Yeah, I want to talk about this slide. It's very important.
This one.
Yeah, yeah. So, so this slide shows. Oh, I haven't been moving. Oh, I have.
Don't worry, the next slide is the most important one.
Where is it? Yeah, this one.
Yes. I told you guys.
Okay, so here it shows that we've awarded, I took the stats for like 5 years, and we've awarded about 22.89 billion. You see, my issue is, and every single time I present this, I know it's not true. It's true on paper, but in reality, it's not. It's saying, this slide is saying to all of you that women, you are taken care of, because most women are agreeing to be used as fronts. So when the BEE certificate comes, it says this company is predominantly Black women-owned. But in reality, we know it's not. So I'm trying to say, ladies, stop being used as fronts, whatever that is. Stop, because it defeats the purpose. When it gets to Parliament, we present these figures in Parliament. So they're thinking we're making progress, but we are not. We want to see. I was telling this lady yesterday, and I was saying, I want to see at least my legacy. 5 construction companies moving from lower CIDB to higher CIDB when I leave. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to play a video, but yeah.
very important. Live, Maboneng, no? It's not me, it's SANWIT. What do you guys want?
Okay, email address. I know.
Yeah, email is okay.
Who should I put in? Guys, you know why? I may not attend to your emails given how busy I am. So I'm trying to think, who should I give to? Can I give it to then she will say it out loud. No, she will say it out loud.
No, I will. There's no hope. She will write it down and she will give it to me and I will give it to you guys. But she also said she's shy, so approach her. She may not look approachable, but she says she's lovely. You heard her, ne? Live, Mobaneng, with everybody here. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Next presentation, please. It can be anyone. Oh.
Good morning, ladies. You look lovely today. And thank you. So we are from the Road Accident Fund. The Road Accident Fund, as you know's mandate is to compensate road accident victims, those that have been injured on the road due to road accidents. So we make sure that basically it's to help those that have been injured to be rehabilitated. So we don't enrich anyone, we don't make anyone rich, but we try to put you in the position that you were prior to the accident. Okay, so that's the whole intention of the Road Accident Fund, okay? We are there, it's not loud? Oh no. Can you hear me at the back? Apologies for that. So we are there to rehabilitate and put those that were injured in the position that they were in prior to the accident. Children do lose their mothers, their parents, and they become destitute. They don't have any more income. They don't have a life after parents or breadwinners die. So we also pay for what is called loss of support for those dependents, the children that have lost their loved ones. So we would make sure they complete their education. We pay for loss of earning. If you lose your ability to earn an income due to a road accident, we will also make sure you get you'd get payment for your loss of earning capability. So sometimes if you get injured, pardon? Okay, my name is Tato. I'm from the Road Accident Fund. Okay, so if you get disabled, for example, because of a road accident, we will also make sure we cover your medical bills, your medical expenses, also assistive devices. So you might find now you're in a wheelchair, now you can no longer move. You know, you need operations. We pay for those kind of things. Your house is now, you're not able to move because now you're in a wheelchair. Your house wasn't wheelchair accommodated for. We would make sure the house gets, revamped or modified is the correct word. Modified, yes, thank you. So they're just in high level. But for today, the purpose is to present opportunities. While I wait for okay, it's there. Opportunities that are there in the Road Accident Fund. We specifically looked at not only women, we looked at women, youth, as well as people with disabilities, because most people also get disabled due to road accidents. So we can move over. Oh, okay. All right, I've already explained, we're covering people with disabilities, youth, women, development programs, as well as very important enterprise supply development, which I hear is what you're more interested in. So I'm not alone. I'm with my senior manager from procurement. She is Ms. Tombi Zagiti. She is Ms. Zwani. She's going to cover the ESD part, the procurement part, which I hear is more important for you. Okay. So basically, the Road Accident Fund complies with the Skills Development Act, okay? The Skills Development Act is there to deal with redress issues in terms of skills. You find that most black people do not have skills or qualifications. So we focus on making sure people who are from disadvantaged groups are able to get an education, or are also able to get onto youth programs. So what we have in terms of youth programs, we've got learnership programs, we've got internship programs, as well as a graduate development program. So if you've got young ones at home that finished matric, and they tell you about a gap year, please, your mothers here, just refuse. It's a no-no. It's a waste of time and it's not productive. What they should do is try to get onto a learnership program. Learnership program is where a matriculant will get into a workplace, they apply, get into the workplace, they will get work-based experience as well as a qualification, an NQF or SAQA qualification at the same time, on the job training as well. And then we give them a stipend. Okay, it is also a CETA accredited program, so when they are done, they have that experience and the qualification. So those are opportunities for the youth. Also, we have an internship program. Internship programs are for those who have a degree or a diploma, but they're not able to get work experience. So the program is there for work-based exposure. So they will get onto the internship program by applying. They apply at the Road Accident Fund. You can find our adverts on the website, RAF website. So it's www.raf.co.za or, sorry, www.raf, as in Road Accident Fund, raf.co.za. Okay. But it's the Road Accident website, and they can also look at PNET. We have now partnered with PNET, so our internships and learnership programs as well as graduate development programs are advertised on PNET as well. So it's PNET. So they can go there and apply. And then very important also, with the internship programs, we are national. So we've got regions in Cape Town, Durban, East London, Cape Town, all around at the moment. So when they apply, they must just try to make sure they apply at their location where they are based, because it's very difficult to still then pay rent and, you know, food, electricity on the stipend, because they only get a stipend. Okay. And then lastly, the graduate development program is for those that are graduates. We've got specific critical positions such as actuarial science, the medical space, those that are doing ICT, analytics. So those, if you can motivate your young ones to study those kind of careers. We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, so everything that has to do with digitization, everything that has to do with coding, everything that has to do with networking, programming, please, robotics, make sure your kids try to study those kind of qualifications, not the legacy qualifications only. Okay, so I'm going to call Ms. Sagiti. She's going to cover the more important one for you. I spoke from my head because of time, so we don't have a lot of time. But you can see there, that's the stats for our internship program. As you see, the females got most of the internship programs. We are developing women, so whoop whoop. What is glaring and not very good is the people with disabilities are not really coming forth. So we encourage, if you know someone with a disability, please make sure that you advise them that they can apply for learnership, internship programs, as well as graduate programs at RAF. They will get priority. We are aggressively trying to get people with disabilities on our programs. So that is our focus this year, in 2024, pardon me, going forward. So they will get priority, people with disabilities. So we're aggressively looking for them. If you have them, you know them, they're qualified, they've got matric, they're at home, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, ladies. You look beautiful today. Mine is very short. It's just one slide on what we currently have within the Road Accident Fund under the preferential procurement. And that program that we have is called the Enterprise and Supplier Development Program. So it's targeting women, only women. But the challenge that we are having, though, is that my beautiful women, you are not responding. I'm not sure, maybe after this presentation, my short presentation, I will get to understand why that is the case. Maybe where we are advertising, we are not able to reach you, so that because we will be advertising again for the next batch for the 24-25 financial year before the end of this year. So that at least we get a number of women to participate in our enterprise and supplier development program. For example, if I may, can you go to the next slide, please?
Hi, sis.
Is it the only one? Oh, next. Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Program Director. Izinto zabelungu. Zoze ibuyele phesheya. But anyway, as a government mandate that we have to comply with as the Road Accident Fund, we have an annual performance plan, and we have targets on an annual basis. And that target is to have an enterprise and supplier development program within the Road Accident Fund, focusing mainly on the empowerment of women. For now, though, we have extended it to more than 51% Black-owned companies as well, meaning that our male counterparts can also, take part. But we are looking at, going forward, like in the next financial year, 24-25, which will then be effective from the April next year. We are looking at focusing only on women, as well as persons with disabilities, as well as youth. Because as much as our men were also previously disadvantaged, but it is us women who have been left behind. So we have that as a budget, and what we did in 2021-2022, we had 20 enterprise and supply development beneficiaries, women, only 20 for the full financial year. So you can imagine how many women we have in the whole country, but we only had 20 beneficiaries. And, at the budget of 5.6 million. That's when we started with the program. And, with 5.6 million, we have only 20 people participating in the program, so we're not going to spend much. So hence I was saying that going forward, maybe it's us at the Road Accident Fund, maybe the way we are advertising, we are unable to reach you as the women. And we are in the process of looking at that. And 50% of 21-22, as I said, 50% of the expenditure, the actual expenditure of the 5.6 million was allocated to women. So from the 5.6 million, around 2-point-something million was only given to women. So you can just do the math. So what happened to the rest? It went to men, you understand? So those are the challenges that we're currently having. And for this financial year, for the previous financial year, we have only 32 beneficiaries, only 32. And it's not even half of the women that are in here. So we only have 32 beneficiaries, and the budget was 8 million. So you can imagine, the money is there, but we are unable to spend that money because we do not have women participating in our programs. And like I said, we will be advertising in the third quarter, so that we'll be advertising on the print media, your Sunday Times, your City Press, our Road Accident Fund website. So please be on the lookout. Before the end of this year, we'll be advertising for opportunities for you to participate in our enterprise and supply development program. Thank you.
Just a quick announcement, everybody. Unfortunately, there are some people that are complaining about a running stomach. There's more. Okay, we just want to try to take care of that as far as possible. There's a car that's leaving now to go to the chemist. If you want to meet, please meet outside. And Daweleng, please put your hand up. I would advise that you can meet outside, but it might not necessarily be everyone that leaves. Those who leave will get the medication, but we'll count how many people require it, and then we'll bring it to you. Please, can you quietly do that? Because we don't want a situation wherein we just leave it unattended to. So if you're having that challenge, please meet in Daweleng. Your hand up again, Daweleng. But quietly, because the program is continuing. Not everyone is going to leave to the chemist. We want to calculate the numbers and see what we can get for the women at the chemist. Can you leave quietly, ladies, please? Quietly, please. Thank you. The order of the day is?
Order.
Please, ladies, please.
Okay.
And we want to finish before lunch. So can we please quietly, and then so that the program can continue.
Can I have the ports regulator presentation?
Okay, it seems like we have left. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Thank you, please. Thank you, ladies. They're still chipping and murmuring. The order of the day is? Order. Can we have the order though now, please? Thank you, Joey.
Morning, everyone. My name is Joey Mraudzi. I am the CEO of the Ports Regulator of South Africa. I think I have the honor of being a regulator amongst implementers. And why I'm saying that is because my take and my presentation is slightly different from them, both in terms of what we do and opportunities that are available. Can I just see with a show of hands how many people are familiar with the Ports Regulator of South Africa? Oh, okay. At least it's more than one, but not even a quarter of the room. So what I did with the presentation was just the first part will tell you a little bit more about who we are as the Ports Regulator. And then I will go into opportunities that are not necessarily available at the Ports Regulator, but at the entity that we regulate. We're all familiar with Transnet National Ports Authority, right? So we regulate Transnet National Ports Authority. We don't implement projects, they are the ones that implement projects. And because we are created by an act of Parliament under the Department of Transport, we then oversee how they perform their duties, which includes putting infrastructure, port infrastructure, related services, and then regulating terminal operators. And those are the spaces where there are opportunities. I saw earlier when the program director was asking who are the women in the maritime space, there was also few hands. Can I see them again? Okay, slightly more than those that know the Ports Regulator. So I'm hoping that by the time I'm done with the presentation, you'd at least have a sense, those that are in the maritime space, of what the Ports Regulator is responsible for and which other doors to knock when you're needing assistance in the maritime space. About us, if we can go to the next slide. Oh, okay, I've got it, so, all right. Yeah. That is a summary of who the ports regulator is. I've already alluded to the fact that we were created by an Act of Parliament, the National Ports Act, Act 12 of 2005. And I will not go into boring details, but in essence, because as a country we decided that our ports will never be privatized. I want to repeat that again. Our port infrastructure will never be privatized. We needed then to have a regulator that would assist in setting prices and make sure that port pricing is affordable. And that's who we are as the ports regulator. We are made up of members that are appointed by the Minister of Transport that serve a term of anywhere between 3 and 5 years. And then the secretariat that does the work, which is headed by myself, with the executives and the team, and I'll show you a little bit more about that team. And an important thing in this slide is to note that because of the role that we play, even though we are under the Department of Transport and funded by the department, we are independent in terms of the decisions that we take. My next slide just gives you, again, for clarity purposes, the architecture, how we are structured institutionally and how we are placed institutionally in South Africa. The port governance is shared between the Department of Transport and the Department of Public Enterprises. We all know that Transnet falls under public enterprises, right? So the Department of Transport is responsible for policy and oversight, and Public Enterprises is then responsible for Transnet, which is the implementer. The ports regulator is established and falls under the Department of Transport, and the Ports Authority, Transnet National Ports Authority, is under the Department of Public Enterprises. And in terms of the other players in the port spaces, you'll see on the red boxes is the South African Maritime Safety Authority. I don't think they're here, no? They are here, yes. SAMSA, that regulates on the safety and security space. Under Transnet, we have both the National Ports Authority as well as TPT, TPT being responsible for terminal operations. And the ports regulator only regulates National Ports Authority. And National Ports Authority, in turn, is responsible for port infrastructure. You know, where the vessels park at ports, your channels, so all the infrastructure that makes it possible for vessels to come into port is under the NPA, and all the infrastructure and services that are necessary for your goods to go from a ship to a quay wall, or from the quay wall into a ship. That would be the responsibility of a terminal operator. And as the regulator, we are not regulating those. Now, this slide I won't talk too much, except to say that it talks to the objectives of regulation as well as the principle. And for this forum, what is important to note is that one of our objectives is to promote equity of access to port infrastructure and services. What does that mean for the purposes of SANWIT? The ports regulator's responsibility in overseeing National Ports Authority is to look at how they are implementing, amongst others, BBEE as an instrument for driving equity of access in the port space. There are other functions that we perform in terms of appeals and complaints, where port users are able to bring complaints to the ports regulator so that we deal with them, especially where you feel that you're not granted the level of access into port services that you require. Now, I'll turn just briefly on the context, and the program director earlier on just now said we must give contact details, but earlier on she said, given the discussions yesterday, contact will be established through SANWIT. We're committing that we will work with the department and SANWIT at national level so that we are able to provide that access and facilitate it effectively. And that's also because that is the size of the ports regulator. A total of 27 people. And we have 6 interns as we speak, but permanent staff members are 27. Funded is about 30 positions. So we are not big, even though we punch very high in terms of the mandate and the projects that we implement. From a gender perspective, you'll see that we are doing well. It's a 24 versus 12 split. So it is a house full of ladies, and we deliver. Yes, thank you. We still have to do a lot in terms of people with disabilities, and we are intentional in recruiting, but we must still achieve a level of success there. We don't have people with disabilities as yet in the Secretariat of the Ports Regulator. If you look at our board, it is a total of 8 board members currently, and 63% of the board members are female. What that means is both at the secretariat level as well as board level, issues relating to women empowerment are taken seriously, and we are intentional and conscious about what we are doing to benefit women in the Ports Regulator itself, but also in monitoring the activities of the Ports Authority. And just in terms of the ladies at the Ports Regulator, 70% of the total staff is women, and 65% is youth. And we're applying the real youth definition, 35 and below, yeah. So we're a very young organization. We are also an empowered organization, and we continue with women empowerment. From a career point of view, I just need to mention this as well. We partner with the Department of Transport, with SAMSA, with the Transport Education and Training Authority in terms of popularizing careers in the maritime space, even though as the regulator we have limited opportunities. And basically, I won't go through this, but this tells you the kind of qualifications that you need to have and experience that you need to be able to secure employment at the Ports Regulator. Now, if I turn then to the meat in terms of today's session, opportunities in port infrastructure and services space for women. Again, as I said, these are not opportunities directly available from the Ports Regulator, but from Transnet National Ports Authority. And DDG, maybe in future sessions, we might want to also have the authority so that they speak to the opportunities, but will certainly facilitate contact and access to them. So there are a number of areas when we talk about infrastructure and services in the port space. I had conversations with ladies that were talking about aquaculture and so on yesterday. This is on the infrastructure side. We have concessions for terminal operations. Are there people in this room that are interested in becoming terminal operators in the South African port system? We have 8 commercial ports, right? And we have TPT responsible for all 4 container terminals in the country. There are in total about 91 terminals, 91 to 93 terminals in the South African port system. And we want to see more women participating, and I'll show you a picture that shows that there's definitely opportunities in terminal operations, but these are the types of projects that require deep pockets. I listened yesterday when there was talk around the need for women companies to graduate in the road space from along the CIDB ranking. That's even more in the port space. and programs around that DDG with NPA would be very critical. There are opportunities in the leasing of land or port property in the port space in order to run port-related businesses. And importantly, where we see women starting to make inroads is in the space of port services. And here we're talking about becoming vessel registration agents, through which vessels then make arrangements to call at South African ports. Ship chandlers. When I came into the maritime space, I didn't even know what chandling is. Assuming that most of us would not, we know that South Africa or the Cape of Good Hope became a pit stop in the maritime trade because, amongst others, they needed to get fresh supplies, right? Otherwise, problems with scurvy and all of that, right? Now, ship chandling are those people who are focused on providing fresh supplies to vessels that are coming through South Africa. And it is an area that I'm told is lucrative, but there is not many of us that are participating in there. There's also stevedoring, the guys that are responsible for tying, untying, opening vessels before your goods can be taken off or put on. And then there is diving, marine diving. Okay. I will fast forward. There is diving, and then there's bunkering services. We're all here last night. We listened to Khumudzo Selokwane, right? The first black female-owned bunkering company in South Africa. This is basically a petrol station for vessels coming to the country, and there are opportunities there. And then in the delivery of infrastructure. A program director, I will run through this. We will provide the slides to the department so that everyone can have them. Again, a discussion was held yesterday about the need for data to inform the decisions that we take, and we hope that we provide the kind of data that those that are interested in the maritime space and finding opportunities would be able to look into. Essentially, we look at 761 contracts for all of those activities as the port regulator in 1 year to look at how many of those are benefiting women, how many of those are benefiting black people in terms of triple BEE. And this is the picture that arises. And I'm feeling intimidated. Now I feel how you were feeling. Program director, you can sit. I won't take too much of your time. So, in terms of the three main areas, which is terminal operations, leases, as well as Section 57 licenses, which has for the activities that I've highlighted. That is the situation that we've been tracking over time in terms of women ownership. We started this project in 15-16, and we've got stats up until 2021, 2022. And you can see that there's a gradual increase over time in terms of black ownership, from just 10% in 2015-16 to about 24% in 21-22. But that's not enough. There is space for us to be playing in there. Women ownership in commercial and terminal leases has been stagnant over the last 14 years. It means sitting here, SANWIT in the different coastal provinces, but also inland, there are information and opportunities need to be disseminated to women who would want to operate business in the port space and make a difference. In terms of terminal operations, this is the picture. Again, slightly on the rise, but not sufficient, because if you look at the 50% mark, which we agree with, I think, the SANRAL presentation, because it's not legislated and we need that council to move faster in setting targets. We are making some strides, but not sufficient. We haven't reached the 51% mark. That's the situation with commercial leases and terminals, even poorer than with the previous one. On stevedoring and waste disposal, that is the situation. Again, the mark should be at 30%. We are not even hitting 30%, and that is both for black ownership as well as women ownership. In diving and bunkering, that's the situation. Also below 30% participation by women and by black people. Registered vessel agents, again a lucrative and a space that we are not really playing into. I'll run through this once, and I've talked to the conclusion as I was giving you an analysis, which is basically that in terms of women participation and ownership in those activities, we are at best sitting at 22%, which is below 30% women ownership. And I won't go into EMEs and QSEs, which I had meant to touch on, but that situation is also not very encouraging. So if we then, in closing, talk to how to access the opportunities, I've broken it down in terms of the ports regulator. Remember I said our function is price setting. So opportunities, you do have opportunities to engage with the ports regulator to start seeing the kind of changes that you may want, and that is in relation to our tariff process. We have a lady that owns I'm giving a free advert and she's not here, Mawatle Diving. It is a black women-owned diving company. They don't have a single license, as far as I know, in the port system, but they were instrumental in the ports regulator making a decision to say the licenses for all of those activities will enjoy a 35% discount, and when you get those licenses, some of them are over 5 years, others are over 3 years, and you would be required to pay the full application or engage with our processes so that we start leveling the playing field. We had intended to benefit women-owned companies only, but because of legislative constraints, we couldn't. The best we could do was to have those discounts that applies across the board. And then at the National Ports Authority, they would have a desk that deals with enterprise development, opportunities available, and so on. Thanks, Mihlali.
Thank you very much. Next presentation, please.
Thank you.
Program Director, mine is going to be very short because I see you're very strict on time. My name is Bobiki Molefe. I am representing ATNS, and this just showcases that ATNS is quite serious in terms of women empowerment. So I'm here on behalf of the CEO of ATNS. She was here, I only came today. Her name is Nozipo Mdawe. If I can have the presentation, please. What did I do? Okay, thank you. We are the company that looks after you when you're flying. You're going all over to Dubai, to Cape Town. We make sure that we keep the airspace safe. We make sure that we give the pilots the instructions when to fly, when to land, and how to do that. So that's what mainly ATNS is all about. So today we're going to provide information on empowerment programs that ATNS offers and to highlight key policy provisions on transformation, to also indicate areas which women could venture into, such as the renewable energy opportunities. I'll talk about it later. And also in terms of ARPAS, which is the remotely piloted aircraft systems. and security of 18S remote sites. I will just dive into the slides that shows you how serious we are in terms of empowerment of women. So we had targeted percentages that we committed to, and our commitment was by March 2024, what we want to achieve. Progress to date, we already have, we call them air traffic controllers. So we have 52.46 air traffic controllers, which are women within ATNS. And then we committed that we're going to transform our ExCo. It was mainly male dominated. Now we've appointed women. We've got 58 representation of ExCo members that are women. Thank you. And in terms of employees, women versus men within the organization, we're sitting at 54.0 of women. So we're very serious about transformation and women empowerment. We've got a program called the Drone Pilot Training. And in this program, we have invited candidates, students, and we have one of our enterprise development candidates, company that is, or SMME that is doing this training. And they are currently training 25 candidates that commence the training in July 2028. So this is what we're doing. In terms of gender salary parity, the commitment was March 2023. It's just around the salary bill. So we have 90%, we have evaluated 90% of our jobs at tier 1. So we're going through, I don't want to call it restructuring, but reorganizing ourselves within the organization. So when we say tier 1, we started at ExCo level and we went to tier 2 and tier 3. So we have now completed 90% of tier 1 to address the salary parity within the organization. And in terms of equal opportunities to study for Women Development Program, we are going to start that program that is due to start in April 2024 financial year, but the groundwork will start from January, so that by April, we're already starting to develop those women. And in terms of fiber reticulation, for 2023-2024 financial year, we had a budget of 11 million. 9 million has already been spent as at 31st of April 2023. And in terms of black-owned companies' preferential procurement policy, what we've done within the organization is to make sure that we update our policy in line with that policy and to make sure that we give 30% black-owned suppliers an opportunity within the organization. So this slide is just showing you, so these are drones. So when we're giving navigation through the air services, we're moving into the drone space. We know other NSPs globally, they're already using this. So ATNS has moved into this space. So ATNS is responsible for the airspace integration. So we are allowing drones now to do the navigation, also helping us to do the navigation. But it's quite important because we've got compliance and regulatory restrictions. So as we allowing the drones, we also demarcate the airspace to make sure that there's no interference as we giving those navigation services. So this is just a picture just to showcase what the RPAS program does. Here we're showing you, that's what I spoke about, the drone pilot training that is being offered by our SMMEs, one of the candidates for our enterprise development program. So those are the students that are attending that drone pilot training. And here we're saying empowerment of women at work. These are our air traffic controllers at work, busy at work. We have engineers. So this is just proof to showcase that we're not just talking, but we're walking the talk. In terms of renewable energies, so here what we're saying is, I've spoken about it to say that we have opportunities for renewable energies. So we are really looking for companies that can come through our enterprise development program to offer renewable energy. We know that we've got electricity challenges. So really we will need companies that will move into this space and give us, solutions that can assist us in terms of that space. In terms of security, we do have infrastructure in remote areas, and we have recently suffered people going into those areas. You know, there's a lot of stealing that happens there. There's a lot of interference with the infrastructure that we have there. So what we're saying is we're looking for SMMEs that are mainly in the security space that can help us with security technologies that can assist us to really come up with solutions that can help us to secure our infrastructure in remote areas. Here, we're just saying our company is known for creating equal opportunity. Well, you can see I'm here as one of the women within the company, and it is an employer of choice, and that's where we pride ourselves with. HNS provides opportunities for women in high technology environment. It is a high tech environment, and we offer that in electrical engineering, in air traffic controlling, aeronautical information. And that's what we offer within ATNS. Skills development to empower previously disadvantaged people with accredited training. And I think it's quite important. I think one of the speakers spoke about it, that it's quite important to make sure that when you offer this program through your skills development, they are accredited. They're not just programs that will just train, but they're not accredited. So we're concentrating on that. Bursaries are given for disadvantaged people in higher education, and that program that I spoke about in terms of women development, we're going to be zooming into that. And learnership, internships, and apprentices for previously disadvantaged, we've showcased that. We also have that for training ATCs and also training our engineers within the organization. So when you have youth that are very good in maths and English, they can go through to ATNS to require the training, because earlier on you asked program director who's in the aviation space, and I don't think there were people. I think it was only me and my colleagues who raised their hands. So it is an industry that hasn't been tapped into. So we have an opportunity to tap into that industry. And then we're saying, and I've spoken about it when I said we have improved our policy really to make sure that the 30% is being covered with the policy that we have updated. My last slide, the recommendations. ATNS is saying women are encouraged to consider a wide variety of opportunities in the high technology environment within ATNS. Like I said, it's a high tech environment, and I think through SANWIT, we can make sure that, you know, we map out those opportunities so that people can tap into it and understand what is required for you to be part of those enterprise supplier development programs. Women are encouraged to venture into this high technology environment that is associated to ATNet. I've just spoken about it to say, let's tap into this aviation industry. And then women-owned enterprises to really participate in the projects that we have, aviation projects. And women-owned enterprises, please register on CSD. We know that there are compliance issues, regulatory issues, and we're very strict in terms of procurement processes and following those procurement processes. And women or enterprises may also participate in the ATNS Enterprise Development Supplier Program. I've spoken about it, but like you said, we will do it through you with the Department of Transport, and I think it will be quite much easier if we do it through you, so that we can even define, because it's a high-tech environment, we can define those requirements and be able to help women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we give the Ports Regulator, ATNS, SANRAL, and RAF a round of applause? You may leave the stage. Thank you so much. I want to reiterate a couple of things. One, in case you were outside when I said it, the Department of Transport will coordinate and have a repository. So there will be oversaturated concentration, as I said, on young women, women with disability, but also opportunities for previously disadvantaged people like ourselves in this room. The second layer is this: when it comes to learnerships and bursaries and scholarships, those you can get at your own accord. I want to make that very clear. Those are the contact details that you need to get for the opportunities that are low-hanging fruits that don't necessarily require the Department of Transport to coordinate, because we'll be coordinating the bigger projects with more economic impetus and a more economic role for you guys. That's clear, right? So for those that you know that you are interested in something and they've stated something, I know RAF has got a lot of scholarships and learnerships. They said they wanted to over-concentrate on young women and women with disabilities. I know Sandra said the same things, particularly on those. Please get the contact details for those and start to work on those effectively. Can I please have the PRASA? The PRASA representative is going to be live. So can we have, in the meantime, can we also have CBRTA, AXA, SAMSA, and RSR come and sit here with me, so that as soon as PRASA is finished, we can do those ones. So it's CBRTA, it's AXA, it's SAMSA, and RSR. Whilst they come through, can we please flight PRASA? Good morning, we can hear you. Are we just gonna hear her? We're not gonna see her?
No, I'm live. I don't know if you can I, okay, I don't know if the screen can share, but because of
yes.
the network is very unstable.
We have you.
I don't know if you can see me.
We have you. We have your presentation and we can hear you loud and clear. Please start with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies. All the best, and thank you very much for having me. My name is Naledi Mutibedi. I'm representing PRASA. I'm just going to take you through to the opportunities. I did not cover all of them because, as you know, PRASA, we are currently rebuilding in relation to the organization per se. Now, I've just touched on the economic transformation, women representativity, appointments, and also development and future activities. Next slide, please. I'm going to run very fast because my network is not stable. Next slide, please. Currently, in terms of economic transformation, and I would urge all the ladies and who owns all this in terms of the spheres of what PRASA gives to ladies, please do visit the CIDB and also the National Treasury website, because there is a lot of opportunities that are actually being flighted in there. Now, this is just a stat that I took for June in relation to the national contracts that in terms of expenditure on Black women and owned company. And the total expenditure you can see there is around 42 million. And also, what other thing that is currently happening is that we have the acquisition of new trains through our Gibela consortium, and this is owned by 30% of women in rail. We would like for this to actually increase a little bit, and currently there are plans in place that are actually pushing for this figure to go up. Next slide, please. You would see in terms of representation of senior leadership, we are really not doing well as PRASA. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done for the past 3 financial years, and that is what we have really currently are sitting on in terms of the percentages, but these needs to be increased very much so. But as we are in the process of rebuilding the organization, a lot of opportunities are actually, we are giving them to women so that we know very well that we are supporting the economy. Next slide, please. This is another slide that talks to the appointment and the promotions within that we've been trying to do very well in relation to where we are going with women. Next slide, please. And this is now in relation to the percentage of what we have trained in conjunction with the TITA. We've got what we call our own women leading leadership programs, and we are trying by all means to actually have women participate internal and external in relation to the programs. This goes hand in hand with the current cooperatives that are currently being rolled out in terms of the PRASA group, and they are rolled out in terms of the one that is called at the PRASA Crest. So those cooperatives are the ones that we actually also tap into it to try and actually train women in terms of the leadership programs. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, what I would want to stress and urge, we are going to start a program that is called Women in Rail together with SANWIT, and this program is actually now going to be rolled out. This program is the one that a lot of opportunities and a lot of opportunities for women are going to be rolled into. One of the key critical things that we have identified that is going to happen is that we are going to set targets, because currently we do not have targets, is as and when it goes, so there is no accountability in relation to the targets that we have that we need to put for women. We are going to have those targets, and also for women, for disabilities, and also for the youth empowerment, because those all in all, they go all in relation to this. So these are some of the things that we'll actually be doing in the near future. Probably for next year, this will definitely be a different picture in relation to what we will be doing for next year, and how we would actually have done in terms of the representativity and also the development of women within the space of rail in particular. Next slide, please, and thank you very much. I think this will be the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you, Prasad. You may be relieved. I know you have a meeting to go to. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Wow. This space is so colorful. You all look good. I don't know if someone told you that, but you're all looking good.
Is the mic audible? Maybe use mine, Sissy. Maybe use this one.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I'm waiting for my presentation. Okay, is it coming? TDG, where is she? Oh, I loved the fierceness that I saw yesterday, the whole day. I think I'm in the right space here. Then clearly it means those who went before us many years ago, really, they left a good mark. I love the spirit, woman. They're taking my 5 minutes. Technology people, it's not me. But anyway, my name is Elechi Kobi. I am coming from Airports Company, South Africa. I am representing my chief in charge, Me Nompumelelo Mpofu, one of the founders of SANWIT. If those would recall, when we were at the round table, she provided the feedback and what has transpired. So I am standing here on her behalf. Unfortunately, she had to be in KZN where the minister had to go. All right, I'll try to run very quickly. We are an airport. We are not an airline. When people talk about airport, they say AXA, APSA, so there's a lot of confusion. We are a Schedule 2 company. We are responsible to create revenue for the government through taxi ranking. That's what I call. We are a taxi rank. And the airlines pay for them to land and depart from the runways that we build. So we are a catalyst of change, and we believe that there is a lot, because we are a port of entry, like what Major we were saying, so she regulates what comes through the waters. And we make sure, together with ATNS, regulate what comes through air. So, as AXA, we are a real estate company, for those who don't know. Our responsibility is to develop and manage airports and grow footprints. So we are a very strategic tool And let me see what's going on here. Okay. So we are guided by a number of prescripts. We are a global company. We strive to do so. Yesterday, you would recall the minister indicated that AXA and the other aviation entities have just signed a deal with DRC. So, Bomama, let me tell you here. If you go to Ghana, when you step down out of that terminal, you'll think you have stepped into Cape Town terminal. Next time, when you do Gwili and Nolubasha, I want the construction women in this room to come with me. We are responsible for air transport, but on the infrastructure part. So we have a responsibility and a mandate as a business for the minister to ensure that she is going to ensure that that economic participation is going to happen. There is no exclusion. Sahamba sonke. Akekho umuntu osalayo. In AXA, we have got an integrated agenda. We believe that we need to transform our people. We need to transform our society. Yesterday, remember, the minister spoke about socio-economic development and its importance. We have a license to operate, and we have a social license to operate. Our social license to operate is to ensure that we contribute meaningfully to the communities in which we operate. All 9 airports are important, and the people who are living in those surroundings are the ones who need to work at the airport, are the ones who need to get the first preference to operate in the value chain. So I'm going to share a little bit of what we have in terms of economic opportunities currently. I said we've got an agenda, and that agenda, we have got a social agenda, a moral agenda, and an economic agenda. That's why we call it an integrated transformation agenda. When we come to economic commitment, we have got 7 areas that we think and believe that as airports, we have an influence. We've got a huge influence on construction because we are an infrastructure development company. Those who are in IT, there's huge opportunities in the aviation security space from a technology point of view, together with ATNS. Because all these things that happens, remember the cyber security stories that happened recently, the 9/11, those things are in the IT space. So we do a lot of work, and we only have foreign companies. So make sure that you understand what that space does. And we do a lot of property leasing, development, the warehousing that you see, the hotels, the petrol stations around our airports. It's our responsibility to make sure that they are available. And you need to be part of that value chain. But there's one thing that people don't understand, that we've got a commercial diversification. All these airports, each time you pass there, you see the shops. You see your duty free. I need someone in this room to be part of the next duty free joint venture. We are transforming that space because for the longest time it has been managed by people from outside. But we know that you guys are only going to be able to do that. It's one of our strategic intents. One last thing, ground handling. I want people to learn ground handling. The busing, the lounges, All those things are ground handling. But I just want to show you just how much we have made inroads. DDG, our procurement spend on a quarterly basis is at 40% for women. Can you see? We're supposed to be 15, we're at 40. Shailene Zandla, guys. This slide is the most important slide. These are the opportunities that we have committed for 2024. These are, can you see, we have got 1.5 billion that we need to spend on construction. Those who are in the property space, in IT. So that's why I'm saying that there's a lot that we offer for us to be able to ensure that everybody gets a piece of the pie. But we also have got commercial opportunities, the ground handling space that I spoke about, and the lounging, and the properties, the warehousing. And we have got an enterprise program that we do. We offer technical support, business support, finance support, but we are not a bank, so we don't give people money. We have got a very flagship program that we do. I'm finishing, I'm wrapping up. This program has been running for over 10 years. And we have really made inroads. Those who are in the KZN space would know about the entrepreneur program that we are running. We have now adapted it in George. We are going to Bloemfontein. The idea is to make it a national flagship program. Another success story, those when you in OR Tambo, Mauyodla, next to Nando's, next door, there is this shop, the African Table. It's an ED program that we did before it was called Paul's Ice Cream, and a young African woman, with our support, she started her new brand, the African Table. Then lastly, we are doing a lot in our communities. We have got a program in George where we have taken a few ladies who are called Maspatisana Bafazi in the seamstressing. This that I'm wearing was made by one of them. We've got a foundation. Education is a UN goal, guys. You can never go wrong. But our foundation, it's cracked because our teachers need to get the correct grounding for them to teach our kids the correct thing. So we are spending a lot of money on teaching foundational practitioners, the ECD practitioners across the country. We currently have got 80. And the firefighting says, if you go home
Towards the end.
yeah, and you are on the plane and it crashes, those young women there are going to make you, they're going to rescue you. Sis. Lastly, when you pass the airport, there's a pop-up stores called Goodbye Malaria with beautiful prints. That is our commercial program for young women in retail management. We teach them how to become retailers, and they become managers, and they go and open their stores in the malls. Ngiyabonga.
I really don't want to stop them, guys. That's why I let them go on, because these are opportunities. So bear with me here, ne? They take my time, but what can we do? Next presentation, please.
Which one? Oh, just press next. Yes. Which mics will I use? This one.
They've got your presentation, eh?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
SAMSA presentation.
I'm extending my hips now.
We happy with everything we've been hearing so far, ne? Thank you. There we go.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies, and I'm not seeing any gentlemen, but if they're here, speak closer. Yeah? You can even remove it. No, I don't want to remove it. I need the hand. Okay. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and others. My name is Tshepo Mutlouti. I'm a senior manager for maritime policy at the South African Maritime Safety Authority. So that is the layout of the presentation. I feel a bit intimidated today because at SAMSA, we are a safety regulator. Our objectives, we ensure safety of life at sea and protection of property. We prevent and combat pollution from ships in the marine environment, and we promote the Republic's maritime interest. Now, with this being said, I mean, the other entities or organizations that came through, they have direct impact in terms of opportunities, business opportunities in their spaces. But we as SAMSA, we only regulate safety and we prevent. So under the third mandate to promote the Republic's maritime interest, that's where we try to facilitate and also create spaces for business opportunities within the maritime space. We also have an extended mandate of where we deal with national small vessels safety. In 2021, the Minister of Transport launched the Inland Waterways Strategy, whereby we're looking into having boating activities in the inland waterways, in the dams, and we also, there's also consideration of doing marine tourism within those dams. So as SAMSA, we also responsible for taking charge of those and ensuring the safety of life within those dams. When you go on your boat cruise at the whatever dam in your inland provinces, we make sure that the ships that you go on, they are safe for operation. The people that are driving those ships, they are well trained to and licensed to operate those ships, and also they have training to save you in case there should be issues. So I'm just gonna skip this one. That's our vision and mission statement. That is an outline of our stakeholders. We have stakeholders at the national, in South Africa, at the regional, SADC, ECOWAS, around Africa, and also at an international level. Maritime is a global industry, so we naturally will have stakeholders at an international level. So these are some of the services that we offer, and yeah, most of what we do is very technical. So like I said, the opportunities that will be, usually what we do is awareness of the industry and also career awareness within the maritime space. So these are some of the things that we do. We do ship surveying, seafarer welfare, ship registration, boating registration and safety, maritime sector development. That's where the focus of my presentation will be. We also do search and rescue, fishing, certification of seafarers, accreditation of trading institution, certification of those vessels that you see operating in the dams, and then we also have technical service unit. So that's our area of responsibility and our footprint. We've got offices in all 9 commercial ports. We also have at Port St. John, our head office is in Pretoria. That map there is just to indicate the area of search and rescue that we are responsible for with our Maritime Rescue Search Coordination Center. So maritime industry, 90% of global trade is carried across oceans. Anything, your cell phone, grain, your fish oil, some of the things you can see what is happening out there, you can see the impact of it at a local level. So those are it's the movement of goods. So within that space, we have maritime activities, shipping, port operation, shipbuilding, and maritime services. The ocean economy consists of seabed mining, offshore oil and gas, and commercial fishing. South Africa, our coastline is almost 3,000 kilometers, and our EEZ, the waters that we are responsible for, 1.54 kilometers squared, which is more than actually the area of land. What you see there is the movement of ships, around the Cape of Good Hope. Those vessels that are moving there, they're moving from east to west or other way around. Sometimes they do call to South African ports for services, not necessarily to use the port or to bring cargo or to take cargo, but for the marine services that they will require when they come to South African ports. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to skip some of the things. The programs that we are directly involved in at SAMSA, as I've stated, our third mandate is to promote the maritime interest. So we have offshore bunkering in Algoa Bay. Bunkering is when vessels come to take petrol. This one, we say offshore because then they don't need to get inside the port and be alongside. They can do it out at anchorage. So these are some of the activities that we do as SAMSA to try and revitalize this space and to also ensure that there's transformation within that space. Now, this is what bunkering is and what I've been trying to explain. You'll see maritime-related services. Those are mostly technical and capital intensive. But then on the other side, you have other services that I think maybe they are low-hanging fruits that I think the ladies sitting here today, even where you are now, you might be able to take advantage of those. I heard there were women from Santaco Taxi Association. There's road transportation when they do crew changes and transporting the personnel working within that space. So, yeah, I hope the presentation will be shared because I'm being rushed here, so I don't want to go through everything. But when you talk about ship chandling, there's also a supply of food. There's also need for supply for water, logistic services, courier services, medical supply, garbage removal, and recycling. So those are some of the areas that when we do the SMME workshop and support, we try and highlight those and support them so that they can link up with companies that are already doing the maritime-related services, and then the flow, the economic spin-off, then they can take advantage of that. We are an import and export country. 98% of our goods move in and out of the country by ships. However, we only have 5 ships that go on international voyages that are registered in South Africa. Ship registration is very key for those job creation. Seafaring, commercial, technical management, insurance surveying, and refurbishment. So we have, it is a strategic imperative for us to grow the South African ship registry so that most of the cargo going in and out of South Africa, especially the cargo that we are exporting, it's all carried on South African registered ships. You've seen benefits from ports regulator in terms of when you are a South African registered ship calling a South African ports, the percentages that are being offered. Maybe as SANWIT ladies, maybe you might even consider going into ship owning and registering your ship in South Africa and being the one that are moving the goods in and out of the country. There's efforts to link up with cargo owners so that they can prioritize using ships that are registered in South Africa. Those are the name of the ships that we have. These are the other programs. We are busy developing a maritime industry transformation study or plan. We want to make sure now that the industry is really being transformed. There's not a lot of transformation within the maritime space. It's still male dominated, and it's still, I don't raise. So we're trying very much to highlight opportunities that are, well, we're aiming for previously disadvantaged, so that's not necessarily just women, it will be including the men as well. So we have forums there where you can get into, SAMSA participate in those forums, you can get into those spaces. I think that's where you'll be able to get more information and also connect with the relevant companies that you can do business with. We facilitate, we don't have any means of doing it ourselves, we just playing we facilitate, we get everybody in the same room and also highlight the opportunities that are there in the space. Our strategy, we aim to create 60 jobs within the maritime industry, targeting women and youth. We also have bursaries. SAMSA is working with Saimi. We have the Sindisiwe Mayo merit bursary, and this one is targeted mainly for women who want to get into the maritime space. With our procurement, the policy has been amended, and then when we do a scoring of companies that come for BEE, those with women, youth, and people with disabilities, they get additional points so that at least they have an advantage. Unfortunately, participation of women in maritime, especially at a global space, it remains a pandemic. So we try at all means to increase the numbers. 2% of females, less than 2% of females represent the whole seafarers. 20% of women are in the port space, and only 14% are offshore and oil. Most of these women that are in those spaces, they are administrative, they do administrative duties. So with our maritime awareness, trying to highlight those careers within the maritime space. So you need we're trying to change the narrative here. That photo that you see here it was in 2010, SAMSA did a maiden voyage on the SA Agalas. The ship was fully crewed by females, qualified female seafarers. Those are the ones that you see there. So we're really working hard to try and change the narrative. Unfortunately, I was not there, but I myself am a seafarer. So when you're talking about female seafaring, it's something that speaks to my heart. So I'm not going to touch on the challenges, and I think, that is my last slide. And then I think I don't have contacts, but we have the SAMSA website where most of what I've been covering you'll be able to get from our SAMSA website. It's www.samsa.co.za. Yes. So you'll find information there. We have a department for industry development, so I think we might liaise with SANWIT so that get the SANWIT into the database of the stakeholders, so that when there are programs for industry development, awareness, planned SMME incubations, maritime lectures, at least you guys will be included, and then we'll be able to come and participate in those spaces and get an opportunity to see what is maritime and where can you guys fit yourselves in.
Thank you. Next presentation, please.
My name is Kanyile Silebo. I'm with the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. Can I use that one? I think I'm very soft-spoken. Oh, this one is harsh. Yeah. Okay, while they're doing that, they're loading the presentation. So I'm Kanyile Silebo from CBRTA, Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. And thank you very much. The thing about presenting after Boprasa and others, they make you feel like the half-sister from the rural areas with all the good opportunities they have, but also the money that comes with it. All right, I'm quickly going to go through this. I'm going to skip a lot of slides. I think it's important that I do mention that we are a regulator. We regulate commercial movement of transport, passengers and goods across the borders. We do that through a permit system. So we offer permits, or we issue permits for you to operate in that space. I'm not going to go through that. I was told to just quickly go through the progress we've made in terms of empowering women. The CBRTA has actually established a unit after the establishment of SANWIT that focused on, amongst other things, creating opportunities or attracting target groups into the cross-border road transport space with specific focus on women, youth and people with disabilities. And that unit has established initiatives like the Border Towns initiatives. Because we are the cross-border road transport agency, a lot of the work that we do affects the border towns and the communities that we transit when we're moving from one country to the next. And we decided to focus on the border towns, and not to say that if you're not from the border towns, we will not be able to assist you. We just put a lot of our efforts into developing the border towns. And in the past and I've focused only on the last 2 to 3 years, we have, and I'm not going to mention everything, I think what's important for me to mention there, and before you clap hands, the 224 jobs that were created were temporary. However, they were very impactful. Just to give you an example, one of the gentlemen that we employed in that program was unable to find a job because he went to a TVET college, completed his qualification. However, he wasn't able to get his certificate because he did not have the money. And that temporary employment enabled him to actually go and get his qualification, and now he's employed. I think this one, it's also important to mention. It's a baseline that we did, Boaus Mary and others were on our case about how many permits do we issue to women, how many do we issue to young people and people with disability. And we had to look into what we have done in the past and look at the number of permits that we have issued. And as you can see, the picture doesn't look good. On the freight side, women were only accountable for 6.2%. and youth only 2.5%. We have managed to increase that. It's still not enough, only 7% increase in the last 2 to 3 years. However, we've realized that we were looking at participation in terms of permits. And most of the time, women and young people do get permits, but they're not sustainable in the space because they encounter challenges where they need to close up or they need to go back into doing domestic operations. And we then had to go back and look at how else we can assist, how else we can make impact. And in the next financial year, we are developing that program now, the incubation program. In March, from March next year, we will be recruiting, and we're looking at getting women into that incubation program that will assist them, not just with opportunities, but also market access and a whole lot of other things. Opportunities exist for women to be in the space of cross-border road transport. Earlier on, somebody asked who in the room was in the taxi industry, and I saw a lot of hands. But I bet if I asked who is in the cross-border space in the taxi, we'll see a whole lot less hands. So there's opportunities there for you to expand. The minister employed on us to just look at what SANWIT is doing and what we're doing as companies. Let's look into that and see how we can expand into bigger and better opportunities. Okay, maybe going back into that. So there's opportunities that exist in the freight space, the passenger space, the taxi space, passenger taxi and bus. But I think it's important that as women, we also look at the opportunities that exist in the tourism space. That space, it's not as exploited as other spaces. There's opportunity for you to go into that space and also have fun while doing it. So organize group permits as well. We've seen a lot of groups going into Eswatini, for example, for the MTN bushfire and other activities around the region. You can look into that. I did mention that we are working on an incubation program, an operator development program, because we realize that women need more than just a permit. They need incubation. And we employ on those that are already in the space that have been established to also come on board and assist us with the incubation program. Other opportunities exist, establishment of truck stops. We don't just see truck stops as filling up of trucks and buses, but we also see it as opportunity to create employment, especially in the communities that are stationed along the corridors, and also opportunities for other businesses or small businesses within those communities. If you think about it, when trucks are parked at the truck stop overnight, there's a lot of activities that happen, the catering part of it, the maintenance of those trucks. You can mention quite a few. So there is an opportunity there. It is not an easy space to go into, particularly because there isn't availability of land currently, but we're working on a plan and a program and a guide that will assist anybody that wants to go into that space. Accommodation is also an opportunity. A lot of times when you go to these border towns, the biggest challenge we have is accommodation. So there's opportunity for anybody that has an appetite for it to go into that space, luxury and low-cost accommodation. Tourist guiding, I talked about tour operations. The biggest challenge we have, you see what I mean about half-sisters, now she's standing. And opportunities in the tourism guiding space, a lot, when you do cross-border tour operations in Zimbabwe, for example, you are not allowed to do the tourist guiding in Zimbabwe. Only a Zimbabwean can do that. Vice versa, when you come into South Africa, a Zimbabwean cannot do tourist guiding. What we find is that we don't have enough of the tourist guides. So there's opportunities there, storage facilities, security services. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of crime happening within our corridors that calls for that, tracking systems for consignments, and actually private clinics. A lot of the accidents that are happening due to fatigue is not just fatigue, but also issues of illnesses. So there's opportunity for that. I'm not going to go through that because I think I did mention bits and pieces of all of those. And I think it's important that as entities, I've seen a lot of synergy between a lot of entities that I've presented here today. We need to come together and collaborate. Non-financial support is just as important as financial support. And I think financial literacy, it's important for women because what I see as a downfall for a lot of women, it's lack of education in terms of how you need to manage your finances as a company, but also how you need to make yourself attractive rather to funding institutions. We can no longer be talking about banks or funding institutions relaxing their criteria because we Reco Credit Bureau. Let's make it fashionable to have high credit scores. Thank you, Program Director. You look gorgeous.
Thank you. Right on time. Can we please give PRASA, CBRTA, EXA, and SAMSA a big round of applause? A big, big round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies. You may go down. We had been hunting for RSR the whole morning. They've arrived. Just so that you know it's not me. You saw them come up the steps, ne? They had not been around. So I'm going to give them an opportunity, but I'm also going to give the CEO of RTIA, the Road Traffic Information Agency, an opportunity as well to come and present to us. So can we have RSR data, and then after RSR you will come. Then we are going to have tea. Bear with me, 2 more presentations, and then we go to tea. Thank you so much, ladies. Now I have to report to you. Do you have it? Do they have it?
Can say.
Do they have your presentation? Okay. Can we flight the RSR presentation, please?
Can you see the one? Yeah. Thank you, Program Director. Can I commit to taking 2 minutes? Is that okay? Okay, all right. Okay, so Dumelang, it's already up, okay. So, I've made a serious commitment here and I have to really stick to it. So, the railway safety regulator, I'm saying road accident fund because I was previously employed at the RAF. I am firmly within the transport family. I moved from the RAF to the RSR. So I'll tell you a little bit about the RSR. I'll try to be as quick as possible because of time. So the railway safety regulator regulates our railway operators. So earlier on we had a presentation by PRASA. PRASA is one of our operators. We regulate operators like Transnet, your Gautrain, and then we've got other smaller operators, and everyone has to hold a permit from us. So for you to operate, you'll need to apply for a permit. You'll submit your safety management system. We will have to evaluate that and see whether your operating system really complies with the safety standards, and then we will issue with a permit. And on an annual basis, you're going to submit an annual safety improvement plan. If there has been improvement that were required to be implemented by you, you will submit that to the RSR. We will evaluate those and see if you are still a good permit holder. And if we feel that we need to place a certain condition, because perhaps we've identified safety issues within your operations, we do that. So we give you a conditional permit. And once you've then corrected those issues and you've submitted another report to us, we will then remove those conditions and give you a permit. So our permits, we do have a 3-year permit, but if you've got many conditions, then we minimize the time for your permit and we then reduce the time. We can sometimes give you a 1-year permit, and depending on what you do, sometimes you find that we identify issues which are capital intensive, and when we come and we discuss those plans with you, we find that you don't have budget for those, and perhaps you commit to implementing actions within the next 5 years and so on. But all we're worried about is safety. If you're going to operate, how safe are your operations? If you come and tell us that, no, you don't have money, you're going to go in and submit an application at Treasury and so on, well and good that you tell us that, but it doesn't mean that we will allow you to operate or we'll give you a permit. Because remember, it's not safe So whether you tell us about money and all the other issues, we concerned about safety on the railways. And I think Bomme, they saw how passionate the minister is about railway. And minister is inviting Bomme to come and participate in that space. It's a technical space, it's highly, in terms of skills as well, we work with engineers, and I think with the other entities that have presented, you have heard that, we don't have a huge complement in terms of engineering skills within the country. We compete for those skills. So as a regulator, we look out for older people who are tired of working very hard within the operator space to say, okay, come and help us regulate. How do we do that? We conduct audits. We conduct inspections. So if there's an occurrence, as an example, there's a derailment, or maybe there's a head-on collision at some space, perhaps it was a problem created by the signaling systems, maybe because we've got aging infrastructure as well as one of the challenges. And the skills have also highlighted those, but also issues around power, very pertinent lately, it's issues around energy. So when we have those incidents and accidents, what we do, we go and investigate. But when we investigate, we do not strive to apportion blame. What we want to do, we want to say what happened so that we can speak to issues that could recur and say to the operator, how do we deal with these issues so that they don't recur? So safety, yes, we are concerned about, but we don't take accountability for that. It remains the accountability of the operator to implement safety systems, right? We just need to come and evaluate. We come and look at your safety management system, and then we give you a permit. So those projects that we want to speak to, or even if Bomme go out there and they form themselves, you come with a consortium, you tender, you win, and then you go to Transnet, you enter into an interface agreement, and you're able to operate a line. What you do is that you're still going to apply to us for safety, for a safety permit. We must make sure that you are going to operate safely. So, in terms of just, that's what we do in a nutshell. I'm not going to go deep into the presentation itself. Promoting it, again, very, very important. The minister was talking about the challenges that we have on our highways, the deterioration of our freeways and so on, the issue of promoting, the transfer of business as well as the business back onto our railway systems. That's where we are focusing on in terms of promoting and to say to the operators, we really need to get this going so that we can begin to shift the traffic back onto our railway systems. Collaboration in a big way. So colleagues, we don't do this on our own. We have to collaborate. We have collaborated with institutions of learning because of the skills issue that we want to try and address. We have collaborated with the University of Pretoria. As we speak, the university is developing a program where interested parties can go. Our young individuals to go and learn about rail and so on, and the opportunities that lie within the rail space. Because what we find is that even when we advertise and we want to attract people into the space, our responses are not encouraging. So we need to try and come up with other initiatives to try and speak to that challenge. Promoting harmonization in SADC. Currently, the Railway Safety Regulator is leading within SADC in terms of regulating the railway space. So what we are doing is that we are sharing our lessons, we're sharing our research, and we're also sharing our standards with SADC countries to try and harmonize. Because, when you have a train moving out of Mozambique and coming through into South Africa, there's issues of interface, there's issues of harmonization. So we speak to those as well. Very quickly, if I can talk to opportunities. Opportunities lie with the operators. I'll be honest with you, because we are regulating. But yes, we have got women employed within the regulator. So if I can quickly speak to that, perhaps before I talk to the numbers, let me speak to the opportunities. like many entities, we offer bursaries, but we offer external bursaries as well. I mentioned UP earlier on. We are encouraging our young ladies to also take up the space, so we fund them for those bursaries as well. If one expresses an interest and applies, we prioritize women. We also encourage our own women employed internally who are not necessarily in the core space, who are perhaps admin officers, they are in HR, maybe in other departments. We encourage those to say, you've been here long enough, you understand the business of the RSR, perhaps you can take up opportunities in our core business. We offer bursaries there as well. We also do have internship program that we have. Currently, 80% of our intake is women for our internship program. That's really what we could do to commit to women empowerment and opportunities that are channeled for women. Let me also encourage you to go onto our website in terms of those vacancies as well as opportunities where you can apply and so on. At the moment, we have got, in terms of procurement spend, very quickly, just in Q1, we managed to have the procurement spend of about 24.6, which was spent by women. And I think that number is only for Q1. So I would like to believe we are well on our way to doing well this year in terms of channeling procurement to our women. And then in terms of just the RSR internally, just to give you an idea, because I think this is what we had to comply with. It was a directive to say, you know what, if you have vacancies, look at women. You know, what opportunities are you offering women? Even when you're writing your spec, for instance, if you're advertising and so on, is that spec really suitable? Are women able to respond to that? So those are what the issues that we are trying to address internally. But in terms of our complement, we've got about 147 employees within the RSR, and 53% is women. And if you look at our core environment, the core space, this is now where engineering is required, where you need to have audits and inspections happening, where you'll see RSR employees out there. In that environment, we've got about 40% women. Now, if you talk about management, those women there are managed by men. So when you come to the management echelon, we don't have many women engineers. We only have one manager, is our regional technical manager for Gauteng, is a woman. She's the only one. We need to do and improve. I guess we need to improve there. So Bomme, please encourage our young sisters to take up the space, to come in. I know in terms of STEM has been this animal in the past that we've always shied away as women. So we need to encourage our young sisters and brothers to take up your science subjects, to take mathematics and so on, because engineering will still play a role. Remember as well that as we innovate, technology is coming in a big way. There's a challenge that has been placed before us at the moment to say, how are we going to innovate the space? Even when we regulate, how are we regulating? So what we are doing as well, we are developing tools of enforcement, and those are driven by technology. You do know that digitization has come in a big way, AI has come in a big way, so we need to be responsive as well. We can't have our operator having moved miles in terms of AI, and we still come with a paper and pen, and we want to check whether you comply with standards. So we also have to be quite responsive to those developments. So I think I will pause there, but in terms of what we want to take away and what we want to also commit to as the RSR is really the continuous learning and upskilling activities for women, particularly those that are employed. We are encouraging them to just take up those upskilling opportunities to try and begin to make a difference within the environments. Mentoring and coaching has been mentioned here quite a bit. I think it's also very important, Bomme, that let us commit to mentoring and coaching our young ladies. Further than that, we've got the work-life integration initiatives, which seem to be a challenge. I know, Bomme, each time you look and I know I recruit many a times when I sit on a panel and I pose a question to say, okay, how many kids do you have? And you are applying for an engineering job and there's going to be a derailment somewhere in Kimberley. You might need to go out there for days. What is going to happen with your family? And it's like, no, I think I'll have to ask my manager not to put me in that team. I think it is a challenge, so we'll have to look into those issues as well to say, how do we support our women folk to actually balance and so on.
Thank you very much, Aresar. She promised 2 minutes. She gave us 10. Thank you so much. Can we please have Mr. Malloy from the Road Traffic Infringement Agency? Thank you. I'm a bad MC. What can I do? You can hold it. That is it. Fine. Okay. Do they have your presentation? Okay. Can you please flight the RTR presentation? Oh, it's already there. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable MEC, DTG. MEC, you have helped. I was the only man around here until you came in. So we really appreciate it. We thought we are going to... Oh, there's somebody else who's a man. I apologize to all men that I've not seen. I've only seen the MEC. This is our presentation, but because of time, we'll try to cut it short. We are from the Road Traffic Infringement Agency. We are responsible really for the adjudication of traffic offenses. Our establishment is by the Act, and you would have known that our Act has been challenged a few times, and we ended up at the Constitutional Court. Now everybody knows in the country that we are constitutional and valid. The intention of the Act is actually to really remove the burden from the courts and also to move away from having traffic infringements tried under the Criminal Procedure Act, because it creates a criminal record for people. We're dealing with traffic infringements now administratively. But today is not about that. Today it's about the opportunities that are available from the side of the RTIA. Just to prove that I want to be fast, please go to slide number 4. That is not... Yes, this is 4. Well, our mandate, as I've indicated to you, is to administer the RTO Act nationally. At the moment, we're implementing it as a pilot in only 2 municipalities, namely the Johannesburg Metro as well as the Tshwane Metro. Well, with effect from the 12th of July this year, we have the mandate now to roll out throughout the country. And of course, we want to encourage people to comply with the traffic laws voluntarily. And this we'll do by introducing the point demerit system. Now, if you get a fine for doing something, and you'll get certain demerit points that will accumulate, that are attached to that. And once you accumulate about 15 demerit points, your driving license will be suspended. And if you continue to offend, maybe more than 2 times, then it will be cancelled. You'll have to start from scratch. And in that way, but the good thing about it is that if you behave well, you can reduce the number of demerit points. They don't sit there all the time. So if you behave well, you have got 6 points, you can lose 2, 3, 4 points. Well, I've always made a mistake. There is a man there at the back. People who are really the drivers of this country in terms of doing speed on the roads. If you do not do the things that are wrong, you remove the points from your system and you can get back to zero and start on the clean slate. And in that way, we are able to ensure that people comply on their own. They don't look for traffic officers out there. The next slide, please. The last point I want to make here is that we will be working with all municipalities and also with provinces, because the implementers, those who issue fines, those who issue what you refer to as tickets, are law enforcers, and those belong to provinces and also to municipalities. We only come after that. Well, the point they were making is just one point, that the enterprise and supply development on our side is built on the Code 400 of the Codes of Good Practice, the PE codes, which I'm sure you are familiar with. The next slide. And our objectives are as stated there. We would like to really create an empowerment platform for women-owned and managed businesses. We want to cover all provinces and want to ensure that those that are engaged in business with RTIA receive their payments on time, and also want to contribute towards job creation, and want to ensure that opportunities are not only confined in one province, but we try as much as possible to be as equitable to all provinces. Now, this is the next slide, Sam. These are some of the opportunities that we are looking at. Because we have just received a go-ahead to implement throughout the country, there is a lot of marketing and communication that is required, and we believe there are opportunities there. And there's also marketing in general, but also there is a focus on apparel and pamphlets, because our act pushes that we do a lot of education. There are opportunities in that space as well. Because we meet with communities and there's opportunities around managing events. The big one is the new one. Nobody has tapped into it yet. We are not saying we are going to remove your license from you and let you be. But when you suspend your license or when it is cancelled, we have to go through a driver rehabilitation program. This is one of the game changers that this act brings. And there are opportunities there because nobody has explored them yet. And we believe we need to focus these on the small and medium enterprises, that people are not have their licenses withdrawn from them, but they are taken through a rehabilitation program so that they move away from the offenses that they've been making. And this is where we believe established small and medium enterprises will be able to come in, and our bias will be towards them. Well, also the payment platforms. Because we want to cover the whole country, we don't want it to be a burden that people, if they want to pay. You remember, our act allows a person a number of options. If you get your fine, you can pay it within the first 32 days as the act stands now. If you pay within the first 32 days, you automatically qualify for a 50% discount. But if you choose not to, after 32 days, we send you a courtesy letter, and then you can pay after that, and you forfeit the 50%. And of course, you do have options to, you can still query that, no, this was not my car that you say was involved in whatever it is that you say it was involved in, and would adjudicate that. And if you do not pay after the 64 days, we then block your license, whatever, so that we are not able to transact from the in-artist. But even there, we call that an enforcement order. But even then, you can apply for a revocation of an enforcement order. Some people would tell you, I didn't even receive the notice in the first place. How am I blocked? And all of these things, you are given opportunities to really have recourse, and they are being adjudicated, and you've got an opportunity to have those removed if we are in the right. Now, one of the things that we are trying to push here is that we need to create a number of payment platforms. At the moment, the banks are playing a big space there, the post office, but we believe other entities can play a role in that space, because we want to allow even the person in the rural areas, they must not pay in order to go and pay. You get what I'm trying to say? So in that way, we believe if you are innovative enough, you are in that space, you can make a contribution in terms of it. Well, the others are the general ones, your cleaning, your security services, delivery services, but also this is a space where people are not really taking a focus. The professional services, there are employment agencies, accounting services, legal services. Our environment is highly litigious, and if you've got the skill, you could really play and get into our database, and you would get opportunities there. Well, the travel agencies and so on. Some people believe travel agencies should be certain people only, when the truth is, if you are well organized, you are reputable, you can be able to play a big role in that space. Next slide, please. That slide is one that I thought perhaps would have been the one before this. Well, we are targeting those groups in terms of the Code of Good Practice under the BE Act. The next slide. Next slide, sir.
You have it.
Okay. Well, of course, you do know that for you to qualify, sorry, the slide before this one, my brother, I apologize, yes. For you to qualify, these are the things that you need to do. We need to be legal in terms of the PE Act, and you need to be registered in terms of the CPIC, and you need to be tax compliant. I'm not going to read the rest of them, but these are the critical ones, I believe. But what I wanted to say to colleagues that are present here, some of the things that are not written down, that are very important if you are to get into business, is the third last one. Have a reliable track record in your area of interest. It's very critical that when you apply to do certain things, do them thoroughly so that people who ask us if you have done them well, we can be able to be a good referral to you. But also have a reputable and professional team within your organization. And also, this one, we have found a lot of problems with SMMEs. Please be reachable on a reliable contact number. Let's not change numbers all the time. The next slide. Well, we do want to advise, I heard the chairperson of the program really raising some of these things. Please be on the lookout for opportunities. Please, when you submit, do give us correct documents and do attend briefing sessions. Ensure that your business performs within the confines of the agreement, and so that you do not create a bad name for other women out there. And if you need to approach funding, do that in time, not after we've given you a project and you're only starting to look for money at that time. And also keep empowering yourselves. And we believe if you do that, we will be able to find you somewhere and we will be giving opportunities to you. May the good Lord bless you, and we thank you, Program Director.
Thank you to the CEO of RTR, Mr. Malloy. We truly appreciate it. Ladies, we've come to the end of session 1 of today. Thank you so much for being attentive, for listening. In the next session we're going to be having, I'm going to be expecting women to say, yes, I called RTA, I called RSR, I called SAMSA, and these are the opportunities I got. I'm going to allow us 10 minutes comfort break. There's tea where we headed yesterday. But before that, all those ladies who had been sick, you know what we spoke about. We've got visitors now, so I don't want to speak about, you don't want to speak about, you know, ne? You know that our issue. There's medication that as you go out right here, it will be on your left-hand side. But please also note, there's different and distinct medication for our pregnant ladies. So if you are pregnant, please tell them that you are pregnant. They'll give you a different set of medications, very important. I want to welcome amongst us the MEC of Mpumalanga. MEC, your women have been waiting for you. They've got something for you when you are coming. Welcome, MEC Ndlovu. Thank you for joining us. We'll have a presentation from him before we close. Thank you so much, ladies. 10 minutes, ne? I'll be standing here screaming and calling you back in 10 minutes. You can bring your tea and muffins into plenary so that we can continue with the program towards finalization. Thank you, ladies. 10 minutes.
And I'm not going to read it because you guys have been killed by PowerPoint presentations today, but the program that we're running is the development of 300 entrepreneurs. 120 professionals through an international diploma in supply chain and warehousing, logistics, transport. 670 commercial truck drivers. And 100 motorbike drivers. It's a total of 1,200 women, of which, let me just correct myself, 20% of that is men, but 1,200 individuals will be developed through this WeWit program that is now halfway through in its delivery. The next slide, please. The program that we run ticks 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think that this is probably the most important slide. It's the slide that aligns us with global issues. And for us, probably the biggest one is alleviating poverty. By allowing women to come into an industry that they haven't been excluded by legislation, but they've been excluded by perception that they didn't belong. Next slide. In some countries, women are not allowed to drive. That's why I mentioned that. So this is our fleet. We have 2 of these vehicles in each city. One in Johannesburg. We have currently offices in Johannesburg and in Cape Town, and we run a satellite out of Durban. We have a big 6x4 truck tractor from Volvo and a 18-meter trailer flat deck, as well as a refrigeration trailer. Those are students in the Western Cape. And for the ladies, specifically in the Western Cape, because we have a very different criteria down there, many, many women in the Western Cape have never got their license. So instead of us taking them all the way up to an extra heavy driver's license, we take them as far as an 8-ton C1 until they've built their experience. They've got the necessary confidence, and then they can come back to the CTA to do their EC license. The reason why, guys, is that we're overcoming this mindset that it is reckless to take someone from no license or just a code 8 and throw them into extra heavy and have 30 tons behind them and then be an accident waiting to happen. Next slide, please. This, I want to just mention, is our recruitment criteria. So the program for the truck drivers is not open to just anyone. You have to meet the criteria that is going to be required within the industry. So there was no point in me developing 21-year-olds to be truck drivers when the industry has an aversion to employing anyone under the age of 23. Nomzamo was right in the fact that in terms of our hazardous chemical legislation, you can't drive a tanker or a hazardous chemical under the age of 25. But you can get your license under the age of 25, but nobody wants to employ a young driver, and that's another barrier. And for me, that was so frustrating, and I couldn't figure out how I was going to overcome that mindset, which has been created over years, that we created the motorbike category to give the 19 to 23-year-olds the opportunity to access the industry, gain road confidence, learn the road signs, work in a high-stress environment, do those last-mile deliveries, not necessarily for Uber Eats and Mr. D, but for that whole e-commerce industry. Take a lot, and there's many other companies, pharmaceutical companies, that can incorporate women. We have some really exciting opportunities there. But I'm going to stop at that point to say to you what I think is so important right now is this program has been endorsed by the national government through the support, Natlali. Really, guys, this is really an important aspect because they see the value in it. We have an MOU already in place with Gauteng. We already have the Western Cape on board, and I urge everyone from the different provinces, please talk to us and where you can facilitate the conversations in your provinces. The funding is not specific to a region. We can train women up across South Africa, but we need to get your provinces on board. Next slide quickly. So this one I think will appeal to a lot of you, is the entrepreneurship program. We recognize that women in this room are at all different phases of their career journey. Some of you are not even compliant. You don't even have a registered business. You're not registered with SIPSI. You don't have a tax clearance certificate. And some of you already have an established business. So the funding that we have received, which is in the region of $3 million to do this program through USAID, is to help structure different programs for different needs. And as I was chatting to Cheryl this morning from Santanco, and I hope I got that one right, Western Cape, we don't have to just develop women that operate trucks. I keep wanting to say Santanco. We don't have to just develop women in trucks. We are developing women across the entire ecosystem. So if you are supplying tires, if you're doing clearing and forwarding, if you're in the courier space, if you're in the taxi space, pretty much anything that relies on wheels in the industry, we can develop you. But this is not another generic entrepreneurship program, because honestly, everyone has got funding to do entrepreneurship training, and it's so generic you still walk out not understanding your business. Because I come from the transport sector, I have focused my attention only on the transport sector and the areas and the subsectors. I'm not trying to do training in the maritime sector because I don't understand it. But I can facilitate what you need in this sector. And I think that that's so important. Ladies, when I listen to you, you're in catering, you're in courier, you're in a bus transport, you're in everything. Focus on one. Decide what that's going to be. Have the sidelines to keep you going. But when you present yourself, you're not in 4 entrepreneurial journeys, you're in one primary journey, and make that your focus. And once you know that, then I can assist you. Next slide quickly. This is one of my students in KZN. I mean, she's just absolutely amazing. Unemployed a year ago, she did her truck drivers program through us. So remember the funding we have, we pay for the entire program to get your license, to do your technical skills, to do your soft skills. And that's about 4 to 6 months. There's a stipend in there. And then on top of that, we facilitate training within the workplace. So we work with companies that take these young, trained up women, 20% men, because many of the men have a code 14, but they can't drive. So we've tried to assist those men get the skills they need. This lady was unemployed. She's running a spaza kind of shop out of her home. She got her license last year. She got a 5-year contract in December last year with Lafarge. She got a twin steer 8x4 rear tipper, a 2.6 million truck from Volvo for her to run out her business. Next slide. Okay, the last thing I want to tell you about, and this is probably what I'm really, really excited about right now, because obviously what I've been doing since 2021, and I have an entire team that runs the various entrepreneurship programs, the truck driver programs, the motorbike program, and the professionals. This is Safer Stops, guys. Sorry, if I could just have 2 more minutes of your attention. I recognize from having had just over 250 permanent drivers in my employment, we were not even unionized. In fact, our drivers dismissed the unions. I negotiated with them directly right up until the point that I sold my company to a JSE-listed organization. But one of my biggest challenges was the fact that, and I'm going to say it as it is, the transport industry, and especially the unregulated transporters, are dehumanizing truck drivers. We treat them, and I'm like shit. I'm sorry to say it is, but it is what it is. We treat them badly. We expect them to work unreasonable hours. We're paying them per load, which is pushing them on the roads and they're having accidents. They're becoming reckless. And then we are wondering why we have the statistics we have at the moment. Guys, Safer Stops is to address this. Safer Stops is to look at the entire national framework of truck stops and rest stops in South Africa supporting truck drivers. It's to reevaluate and create a national quality standard, which I believe will become a global standard for truck stops. So that when drivers stop, they can rest, They can climb out of their vehicle, they can sit in a lounge chair, they can watch TV, they can reconnect with the news and not just what's happening on social media. They can have a decent meal, they can get their medication, they can have a safe sleeping facility. So when they get on the road tomorrow morning, they are rested and rejuvenated. And this program is what Mhlali is. She's been chasing me around the country, that this has become something that government, I'm so proud of the minister to have said, let's get behind this because it makes sense. The last slide, if you want to take photographs, let me just check. Oh, those are all the partners already behind Safer Stops. It's massive already, and it only got launched this year. Go one more slide. Guys, there it is there. If you are looking to get onto any of the programs, I'm asking you to email info, but please, the subject line needs to be SANWIT and truck driver, or SANWIT entrepreneurs, or SANWIT Safer Stops, depending where you want to participate and get on board. And like I said, other than the diploma, everything is fully funded, and we are absolutely loving giving back to women in South African societies. That's me. I see you
Ladies
standing.
and gentlemen, Nikki Scott, the CEO of Commercial Transport Academy. She runs a project called Women Inspiring Women in Transport. That's WIWIT. She went fast through it. It's called Women Inspiring Women in Transport. It's called WIWIT. Nikki has just told you she has 300 and what billion?
3 million US.
Million US dollars for this project. It's funded. She says she will take people, she will skill them, she will train them and give them a stipend. She says she endeavors to ensure that after the project, they may get employment. That one is not guaranteed, but she's trying. She gave us an example of a lady from KZN who already has a truck from Volvo that cost 2.6 million, already has a 5-year contract after being a what? A spaza shop owner. That means she was selling chips and biscuits on the side of the streets. Her concentration is upskilling young black women. It doesn't get better than that. Thank you so much, Nikki and the team. Thank you so much. Those are the contact details, ladies and gentlemen. These are the opportunities that we're bringing forth to you guys. This opportunity doesn't need the Department of Transport or SANWIT. This is not one of those projects. This is a one-on-one. I have a child, I'm in Eastern Cape, I'm interested. Here is my Eastern Cape government, please speak to them. I'm in Mpumalanga, the MEC is here for the Mpumalangites. You can ask the MEC now, MEC, can we have a slot for this so that government can endorse the project? Because that's what she's talking about. The National Department has endorsed this project. That's why you would find us in that last slide where she spoke about every single person who has endorsed it. While working with Nikki and the team, we want to ensure that we employ, upskill, and give opportunities to young black women in this sector. Freight, logistics, trucking in particular. Can the women of Mpumalanga come? No, before the women of Mpumalanga, I apologize. Can we have, I apologize, our sponsors. Can we please have Basco come and give a presentation? These Betunana are the people that made this possible. It's a team of sponsorships that we've had. It's not exclusive to them, but they played a really incredible role in terms of providing us with the transportation for some of you women that are here today. So over to Basco to give us a presentation, and sorry for being long-willed.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon to the Minister, Program Director, the ladies and the gentlemen in the house. My name is Mosni Mudipane from Basco, and as the Program Director has said, you've already experienced Basco. If not, you've seen the nice, beautiful yellow buses which are running up and down on the Mpumalanga Road. Basco is a leading commuter transport operator in South Africa. We are based in Ehlanzeni district of Mpumalanga province. Oh, thank you. I was about to ask for the slide. We are the largest train bus operator in the country. and a leading bi-articulated bus operator in the continent. We have a staff establishment of about 1,200 employees, mainly bus drivers. We have 440 commuter buses. As I mentioned earlier, that you'll see them running up and down. The company was historically white male dominated at executive, managerial, and supervisory level. Female leadership was only introduced in the late 90s to early 2000s. The workforce, historically male, with females limited to admin support staff. When I joined the company in 2006, I was the only operations manager who's female. And now in operations, I'm the only female general manager of the company. So there is something that we are doing. In terms of achievements, 33% of top management consists of women. Our executive chairperson is female, with a significant percentage of shareholding. We have 127 female drivers, equaling 20% of the driver population. And we have a significant number of mechanics and auto electricians, which are female. And they've been developed via our internal artisan development program. So we train our mechanics, we train the drivers as well. In terms of achievements, 50% of the driver development program that we recruit annually are female. As Nikki said, that with the requirements for a driver, a basic driver, you have to have a code 14 with 3 years experience. But what we do as a company, we recruit via the driver development program, young people under the age of 35, and we train them for the whole year. And then after the year, we then employ them. We do that every year. We'll take 10 from the White River region, 10 from Malelane area, and then another 10 from the Nelspruit area. Okay. No, unfortunately, IBASCO operates in the Ehlanzeni region. So if someone comes with an address, yes, Ehlanzeni will then take that person, but we concentrate mainly on the Ehlanzeni region. In terms of challenges, the industry is still very male-dominated. We have no ready-made female bus driver candidates, no ready-made female technical candidates. That's the reason why we train them. And our procurement spend or needs is mainly on imported requirements such as buses, vehicles, and spares. Maybe one more thing that I just need to add is that out of our driver development drivers, the DDPs, the driver of the year winner for 2023 is someone from the DDP program, which means there is something positive that the ladies are contributing in our company. And then opportunities, it's the driver development program, artisan development program for the mechanics, employment equity targets, BBE targets, enterprise development program, which is targeted at young people, especially females. The internship program, we take students or graduates from the universities on a year's internship program. They get a stipend, and then if there are vacancies, we employ them. We also have a learnership program and a workplace experience program. Our drivers are trained every 18 months. They have to go for retraining, and we train them internally. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Program Director, I tried to be as short as possible. Thank you.
You were perfect. Thank you. Mpumalanga, here are your opportunities. Notes. Yes, Mpumalanga, please come. MEC, these women said they wanted to usher you themselves. And they've been entertaining us from the beginning of time. So here they come. The women of transport in Mpumalanga.
Yelelema sibiziwa tina Yelelema sibiziwa tina Yelelema yasibizi SANWIT sasabe Yelelema wasibizu chikunga sasabe Yelelema
DJ, you know DJ, please. These are our hosts. Just in case you forgot, Mpumalanga was the only SANWIT province that had a step even yesterday. Now we see. We're about to finish. I don't want to lock anybody out. Because Mpumalanga wants to show off and behave like they are the only ones. I don't know Eastern Cape. I don't know Western Cape. I don't know KZN. You were the first people to sing yesterday. I don't know Northwest. I don't know Free State. Free State showed us something we've never seen yesterday. We thought they're a small province, but they outshadowed everybody. Yeah, yesterday. So who wants to be given a chance? With Northern Cape. Northern Cape were feisty and fighty yesterday. Let's see if you can fight with a song. Northern Cape. Does anybody want to be given a chance? What province wants to sing for us? Can they have a mic, please? They need a mic. What province is this? Northwest. Northwest is saying no, they can't be defeated.
Yes, Lord. Oh, mina gizohamba, yes. Gizonge kuwe Jesu, gizonge kuwe yepha. Namakesha wonke, yes. Namakesha wonke. Hey, tiwo. Yeah. Northwest. Hey, tiwo. Yeah. Tiwo. Mam Blondie. Mina gizohamba, yes. Gizohamba yebo. Gizonge kuwe, yes. Gizonge kuwe ngamakesha wonke. Ngamakesha wonke, yes. Ngamakesha wonke. Haye, tiwo. What's a SANWIT? Whoa. Hey, tiwo. Women in power. Hey, Tina, she's so humble, yes. She's so humble, yeah, Gizonge kuwe Jesu. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but Tina,
tell you,
she's so humble, yes. She's so humble, yeah, Gizonge kuwe Jesu. Yes. Namkhana phakathe ngamakesha wonke. Ngamakesha wonke.
Ow. Northwest Kulondawo. But let me hasten to say, the person who started reviving us is our youngest scooter driver, Chichi. So thank you to Chichi, we are here. Thank you, Northwest. Free State claims. I know there's a line, I'm sorry. There's a line, I'm in charge. Free State claim they want to do something. Free State, it's your time. Free State, it's your time. DJ, they say there's something. Free State, DJ, Free State, they don't have anything. Okay, Free State, you are sleeping. Eastern Cape, claim they have something. Free State, you come when the DJ has your music. Eastern Cape, we are ready. Yes.
Mama lapha khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele bo sibona umsebenzi omhle kangaka khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele bo umsebenzi omhle kangaka. Esikhunga khawuvele. Esikhunga khawuvele bo umsebenzi omhle kangaka khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele bo umsebenzi omhle kangaka khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele bo umsebenzi omhle kangaka. Esikhunga khawuvele. Esikhunga khawuvele bo umsebenzi lapha khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele bo. Umsebenzi omhle kangaka. Yesikhunga khawuvele. Yesikhunga khawuvele bo. Umsebenzi omhle kangaka. Yesikhunga khawuvele. Yesikhunga khawuvele bo. Umsebenzi omhle kangaka. Mama lapha khawuvele. Mama lapha khawuvele bo. Umsebenzi omhle kangaka.
Eastern Cape.
Yesikhunga khawuvele.
Bethunana.
Yesikhunga khawuvele bo.
Sibona
umsebenzi omhle
kangaka khawuvele.
Mama lapha khawuvele.
Khawuvele.
Mama lapha khawuvele bo.
Sibona
umsebenzi omhle
kangaka khawuvele. Eastern Cape, Bethunana. That is the Eastern Cape, the province I hail from, as led by Umama Nobuhle Maqabi. She led even her ladies into song. Thank you, Eastern Cape. Free State, there's a question mark. DJ, do you have that thing of Free State? Because we don't know if it's true. We're not sure because they were bullying us yesterday, being their best singers. Okay?
Imithwalo.
Siyangena kanje. Ngena kanje. Sizongena kanje. Ngena kanje.
Imithwalo.
Ayongena kanje.
Ngena kanje.
Ngena kanje.
Imithwalo.
Ayongena kanje. Ngena kanje. Ayingeni. Ngeni. Ayingeni. 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 Asiphelela shotu Maria.
No, thank you, Gauteng. No way. Never. KZN came here with a song yesterday. In fact, if it was not KZN, we would have not had the jubilation of holy chaos and holy transport madness in the morning. KZN, you said you are ready. KwaZulu-Natal, the only province with the same name. uZulu wakwaNatal. Where are you? Nazo KZN Tata. here? Are your vocal cords okay? Because yesterday you were singing here. Limpopo! No, DJ, no. There's chaos. Wait. This looks like Western Cape. It's Western Cape, ne? Oh, I can come Western Cape. You must be sure. You must be sure. Ah, you are late. I've been calling you. Wait for them.
Igama lakho ungubani, igama lakho ndingulibele, ndingulibele.
But I love
DJ,
you more than they.
Fantoni go.
Oh, the DJ, Western Cape say you have their thing. We want to see, Because Western Cape, they can act like they can do. We want to see, can I think you were singing about me, eh? This girl is on fire. Thank you. That was not only heartwarming, but a nice tweak and change of the music we've been having. Thank you. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister of Transport is here. Thank you. The order of the day is? The order of the day is? Therefore, I hlale phansi. Thank
Thank you. We shall continue with the festivities. We have not forgotten the other provinces. We want to welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister, Minister Manu, of the Department of Transport, as we are about to conclude the business of the day. That was a necessary intermission. You know when they say there's a break in transmission, there must be something in the middle that holds us together, something to remember this auspicious occasion with and by. Thank you, everybody. I am not unfair to any province. Please, you know me, I'm everywhere. I might be going with KZN, but Cape Town. It looks like I might maybe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Deputy Minister of Transport, I present to you this woman. These women come from all walks of South Africa. These women represent all the modes of transport that we legislate and regulate as a Department of Transport. You have, and we have amongst us, women in roads. Where are you? Trucks, roads. We have here women in maritime. Where are you? We have here Deputy Minister, women in aviation. Where are you? Minister, we have here women in the taxi industry. Where are you? In this room, Minister, 500 plus women have descended into Mpumalanga to come and say, we, the women of transport, want SANWIT revived and rejuvenated. We have come to plead with the Department of Transport to do exactly that. The department has come to us and said they are reviewing the Constitution. They've come to us and said they're relooking the structure, the modal structure, and we have agreed. We've looked at our challenges, Deputy Minister, and we concede to the fact that we had a role to play in how things fell apart. We've looked at our challenges, Minister, and we've said we are leaping forth from this point on. So let this be a mark that says SANWIT was relaunched in Mpumalanga on the 17th and 18th of August 2023. And these women, every single one here, is in that book of history to do exactly that. May I welcome on stage the MEC of Mpumalanga, MEC Ndlovu, who will then also introduce the Deputy Minister of Transport.
Program Director, thanks for this opportunity to address this important gathering. Yesterday, I was told that you waited for me the whole day. Comrade Mbeki, one day, they are saying that he complained at night when he was watching TV. He saw a very important event about the life history of President O.R. Tambo. And he said that I should have been part of that event. I don't know what happened in my office. He phoned his office, and the office tried to explain, but he did not accept the explanation. He said that, according to him, it was the most important event in the country. He should have been part of that event. Yesterday, we had our MINMAC, Public Works. I was with Minister Sinhle Zikalala. I apologize here because I was busy somewhere else. And I realized late that this event is very important. I realized late that I should have apologized because I was busy interacting with you, because all the provinces are here in Mpumalanga and the MEC is not here. I want to apologize on behalf of Mpumalanga government that we should have prioritized this event. I apologize, Honorable Deputy Minister. I apologize to the Minister of our department. It doesn't mean that we're undermining this important event. In future, when there is event like this one, or not event like this one, in future, we will sit down with our offices and check events in the province so that we prioritize together as a team, not just one individual, prioritizing another event. Yesterday, I should have been told to apologize everywhere and prioritize this important event. But I'm happy that Deputy Minister, you are here. Deputy Minister, it's not just a new toy. We have got so many people that today are ideal politicians today, that they were not there during the time of apartheid. I'm not saying that if you are not there, you are not an ideal politician, but this one, he participated before 1990. He's a member of MK. We have got members of MKMVA that are not members of MK. But this one, even if you are a member of MKMVA or War Veterans League, but it's good that he participated in our struggle. Comrade Lisa. Comrade Lisa also participated in the formation of our unions in this country. He also participated. He did not participate only in the formation. He participated in the formation. He also participated in our union. He's a member, once a member of a union, always a member. He is a member of NIHAO. Comrade Khalima Mutlantle said that if you introduce a person in 1994, when we had a guest speaker, there was an item called Introduction of the Guest Speaker. We used to take close to 20 minutes introducing a guest speaker. Comrade Khalima Mutlantle is saying that if you have got that item, it means that the person is not doing his work, is unknown in the county, but not Comrade Nkosinati Makau, Comrade Lisa. We request Comrade Lisa to come and address us.
Thank you very much, Comrade MEC. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sanbonani. Absheni. Bonjour. Bonjour. Goeiemiddag. Molweni. Ndimachoreni. Dumelang. Qika. So which one did I miss? Who did I leave? Tobela. Lochani. All right, I've tried very hard. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. Thank you, Comrade MEC, for that introduction. Me, I'm not going to be apologizing for not being here at the gala dinner. We were deliberately excluded as men, me and you, at the gala dinner. So don't apologize for being excluded. Because they wanted to enjoy themselves alone. But we accept that there are times it's Women's Month. So greetings to everybody represented here in your different roles and in your eminence, because everyone who's here is an eminent person in their own right, in their own way, wherever they come from. So good afternoon, and I greet you all in the name of Abo Mama in this month when we say Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo, uzokufa. Straight, no return. So DDG of Transport, who's leading a very big team from Transport and its entities, CEOs of our entities who might be here present, all other officials, but most importantly, the guests and the participants on this successful SANWIT summit that has been held here in White River, a very beautiful place in our country. Good afternoon once more. I'm really honored and privileged to be granted this opportunity to come and address yourselves as women in all transport sectors, as I had the program director calling you this sector, and that sector, and it sounded very impressive that there is a broad representation of what would form a transport sector in our country. It is, as I said, even a greater opportunity that we are given this opportunity to address you towards the end of Women's Day month, or Women's Month, which is an internationally recognized day. And we specifically in our country, because of the importance that this government, this country takes in women and the role that they play in our country. So it's not just you wake up one day and think there must be this Women's Day. It is because of recognition of the important role that you as women play. And I know here we are gathered as women in transport, but generally women play a very important and significant role in society. I'm not aware of any person, including the one speaking, that came to earth without the ability or through a woman. I'm not aware, not one. If there is, you may indicate to me. Say, me, I'm here, but there was no woman involved. So it also just re-emphasizes the significance of who women are in your rightful places. In the 2023 International Theme on Women's Day, it says embrace equity, creating equal opportunities, inclusion, steps to bring about equitable transformation. And that could not have been a better theme to epitomize what would have brought you here together, because you are brought here together by recognition that as women you need to play a significant role in the economy of this particular country, and in particular transport. So, on the country's theme on Women's Day, which says, because we are still in Women's Month, socio-economic rights and empowerment, building back better for women's improved resilience. And this is, I believe, something that as women gathered here today in transport should always be something we look forward to make sure that we do not rest until we have received or achieved total economic transformation for women, particularly in transport. The significance of Women's Month is also partly on the political space, celebrating some of our great women who went before us, who were brave, because at the time they would not have had an opportunity to gather like we have gathered here. We think here of women like Mama Charlotte Maxeke, Mama Albertina Sisulu, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and many others who have pioneered and went ahead of us. We should never forget, never should we forget the role that they played. Because it was through their struggles, it was through their efforts, it was through the torture and the pain that they went through that we can stand together today as women and argue for economic inclusion, to fight against patriarchy, to stand up and demand that as women we must be protected against men who continue to rape and to kill us. It was through these women. So never should we forget. Because many a times when people enjoy the few freedoms that we have achieved, they tend to forget of how did we come to where we are. Because when you see problems that you confront today, of having to contend with children that do not get employment, having to contend with you as a mother, single mother, having to take care of so many children and grandchildren, we forget where we come from. That is why we celebrate Women's Month, because we do not want to forget the struggles of those that went before us. Economic transformation, even in the transport sector, cannot be in exclusion of all the other freedoms that we need to continue talking about, reminding ourselves of. Because as women in transport, we live amongst communities of people who continue to torment us. So women in transport cannot not talk about the scourge of gender-based violence, because it will continue to eat up the women of this country to a point where even with the best intentions, you won't be able to achieve what you want to achieve. As the program director has already said, this has been a time also of reconnecting as women in transport, a time of resuscitating SANWIT, which for whatever reason for some time was not as active as it had to be. So we are pleased, MEC, that we are told that yesterday at the AGM, it was a very, very successful AGM, which had rich discussions, which were sure to shape the future of networking further, which ended up in a beautiful dinner where me and you were not invited. We need to keep on reminding the women of that. But most importantly is that the AGM was a success, and there is a very solid foundation that these women who are gathered here laid for themselves to be able to take SANWIT and their struggles of economic freedom forward. So, some of the things I believe would have been touched on yesterday by the Minister of Transport was to remind us as to why SANWIT was established in the year that it was established. The challenges that confronted SANWIT since its inception to date, the challenges, the strategic interventions that were employed to address the challenges facing, and I want to say which faced SANWIT, because I want to believe from today they are behind us. It's a new beginning. It's a new structure. It's a new energy, and we are going to take the women forward in transport. Last but not least, what would have been touched is the departmental commitment and efforts to ensure that SANWIT doesn't die a natural death. I'm also program director, MEC, and colleagues here encouraged that it would appear that yesterday there was also an opportunity to get down, you know, and the spirits were lifted up high. But out of the AGM, we are sure that some of the issues that would have been dealt with, just to remind you because you were part of it, were governance issues, the financial report, the compliance issues, and the constitutional review that the program director referred to a bit earlier. So I stand here also to acknowledge the efforts that SANWIT Interim Council members have kept or have done despite all the challenges. Let's give them a big round of applause. They kept SANWIT alive during very difficult and challenging times, including the pandemic that all of us reduced our lifetime by 2 years or so. Malibongwe. So if your age is 50, because of COVID, you -2, you are actually 48. That is the reality. Excuse me. Because 2 years was dormant, you didn't do anything. So don't agree. Any year they give you your -2 years. That's your real year. I have to agree, ladies here, MEC Program Director, with Michelle Obama, when she says, and I quote, "No country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contributions of half its citizens." And I end quote. Because wherever we are gathered, women roughly represent 50% minimum of the women of any society. So your gathering here as SANWIT and your deliberations you have had in the last day and a half are very, very important in shaping the future, not only of yourselves in this sector, but of future generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, there are gentlemen here. Dare I add to say also on what Michelle Obama said, in my own way, that no economy can reach its full potential where women do not have equal opportunities. We must, therefore, appreciate the effort that government is doing, that we are seeing good progress, women representation in parliament, in government, in areas of authority, and so forth. And we want to see more in women participation in economic opportunities. Achieving women economic empowerment is an enormous task, and we must always fight as women for recognition. Every time you must always prove yourself. So it's a task that requires as women that we must be united. Because women are always expected to prove themselves double than what men would ordinarily have to prove themselves. Simple example, MEC Program Director, is what we've seen now with Banyana recently. The first senior soccer team of women which went to the last 16. But little is already being said about them now. But they achieved so much. They represented the country so much. They are still not paid equally as their men counterparts. They are still battling to get a sponsor. Many of them are still doing odd jobs here and there. They don't have the right facilities to even train and exercise and do whatever. These are the struggles that we must not forget and close ourselves in a cocoon of SANWIT and forget the others that are out there. And also important is that as we advance in this area, we must remember those that are behind. Women must not allow themselves to be used by men to oppress other women. You should not. Because unfortunately, it is women who oppress other women more than men. Especially when they ascend to places of authority and they do well. SANWIT must look at those as it relates to yourselves. But influence others also in your different spheres of influence. Globally, according to estimates from the International Labour Organization, women's labor force participation has been declining over the last decades to below 50%, just before the pandemic. So the point to make, ladies gathered here and fellow delegates to this summit, is that as you start this new journey with a new rejuvenated SANWIT, you must always remember that these facts of where women are in the economic participation should always guide you to make sure that at the end of a term or at some point you can be able to look back and say, how far have we gone to transform the space that we are in? These facts that are there statistically should be able to inform us as we emerge out of this successful summit and saying, where do we do? When we meet again next year, what will be the kind of report we want to hear and to see to those that we have given the authority or responsibility to lead us? The unity of women can never be overemphasized. Promoting gender equality in business and in other areas and women's economic empowerment have always been and must continue to be central to our work. But particularly as we continue to build the economy and unite women in all spheres of business and society. Achieving this is not a short-term process. It requires us to be united, as I said, a whole society effort, which includes all of us, including us men. And it starts at home, mothers, ladies, by raising our sons and daughters as equals, and to change entrenched mindsets about what women can and cannot do. Because that is where it starts. We start telling our young girl children at home that, no, you can't do this, your brother is here, let him do it for you. And that mindset grows. So when we end up in the business space, we are unable to penetrate and break those barriers in the boardrooms when they are dominated by men, because the mindset tells us that it must be men that must fill the boardroom. Program director, I'm spending more time on the economy. As for women, it is my view that total freedom in our lifetime will only be realized when the woman is economically liberated. That's the only time. A time where women are not reduced to forming up cooperatives, which must go and get a smaller nyana tender to clean at a station of Prasa when the men are building the station. Women must be doing a cooperative for them to, I don't know, to do what else. When men are busy doing the serious stuff, SANWIT must stand up as it relates to this part. You must demand answers from government, and you must demand full participation in the economy of this country. We must stand up and know from this Department of Transport that I'm part of its leadership, how many bursaries have gone to women? How many opportunities have been given to women? Not through cooperatives. And don't hear me wrong, I'm not saying it's wrong to belong to a cooperative. But why must be women always be reduced to cooperatives? Why? SANWIT must stand up and begin to challenge those truths and be able to say, not in our name. As women, we want to be part of building serious infrastructure in this country. We want to be part of doing what has always been exclusively the domain of men. So, women's economic empowerment is central to realizing women's rights and gender equality. And I said, women gathered here, you can never isolate SANWIT or transport yourselves in the broader scheme of what is happening, either politically, landscape, or otherwise, because it is policies that derive from the political spaces that define what will be your success or failure. It cannot be that you as women in transport, you will sit back and watch where there are people out there who are questioning the need for BEE, and you keep quiet. But they are saying there is no need for BEE. You achieved economic or political freedom in 1994. there is still a long way to transform this country. Until the women are totally liberated, there will be no equality. And this must include women's ability to participate equally in existing markets, their access to and control over productive resources, access to decent work, control over their own time, lives, and body. That's the responsibilities that we should take upon ourselves as SANWIT, and not to myopically and narrowly look at only what's happening in the sector. Because what affects women outside will affect what you want to achieve here. I cannot leave a gathering of 500 plus women without talking about the challenge of gender-based violence. We cannot. It would be unfair. It will be criminal. Because as we gather here, we shouldn't forget the second pandemic, which is the GBV, as characterized by President Cyril Ramaphosa. As we gather here as women on Women's Month, let us not forget the rape and murder of 19-year-old Uyinene Mkhwetyana in 2019. Tshegofatso Pule, Nosicelo Mtebeni, Hilary Gadi, right here in this province, Namhla Mtwa, Dimpos Kelenge. Should I continue? These are our sisters. These are our daughters. Transport gets used to transport their bodies. Many of them get raped in transport that we are owning as women, or we are part of associations. How many stories have we read of women who were taken into a minibus taxi and were lured into an area to be raped and others killed? What did we do as women in that sector? Did we stand up and say, not in our name? It cannot be that we must just gather and talk nicely. We must confront these truths. And it is us who must find solutions to those truths. Let us not forget the gang rape of a group of women in Krugersdorp, which was a big headline news. I don't know how many people even remember them today. Life carries on as if nothing happened. No, it cannot be. As organized women, either as SANWIT or any other organization, we must stand up and confront these issues. Because if we do not confront them, they will affect and change the trajectory within which, as SANWIT, we are setting ourselves for. Once more, in congratulating the successes of women, or before I even do that, as I reminded you of these few incidents that made headlines, this is what our President Cyril Ramaphosa, defined as it defies comprehension. When you think at what goes through the minds of people who do this, and I'm saying these things because these things do not insulate or will not save you because you are a woman in transport. They will not save you. Because these women sitting here are dependent on public transport, many of them. They are dependent, their children are dependent on public transport. They are dependent on trains. They are dependent on using one mode or the other of this transport. So we cannot look at the opportunities that stand before us purely on the side of looking at opportunities for us and forget that women are being finished as we speak now. We cannot keep quiet. So we must be impatient. As we gather as SANWIT, are we talking about gender-based violence? Are we saying what is our role in fighting the scourge of gender-based violence? Or is it only what are the opportunities that are out there? While the opportunities are important, but on what foundation are we getting these opportunities? I leave it to you to answer to those questions. But I want to say it's time that we look beyond our narrow areas of interest. If I'm successful, the others will see for themselves. I also came here with my own struggles. Women refuse for men to ask for sexual favors to give you business opportunities. You as SANWIT must agree that you must have a safe way where women who are exposed to these things must be protected. And these people must be brought to book. Lastly, once more, we need to congratulate the success of Banyana Banyana, who made us proud. Also congratulate our netball national team, which fought a good fight despite no resources. Are we going to be quiet about these things as SANWIT because they are not in transport? No, it cannot be. The challenge that women have always been, if I may venture into that space, although I'm not a woman, is that women tend to not to want to stand up for what is right for them. Therefore, no, let's leave the Banyana issues. We've got issues in transport. No, it affects you. Because your child might be aspiring to be a future Banyana star, might be aspiring to become a netball star. But when they look that these ones are not well taken care of, how much do we say in the boardrooms where some of us here sit in big companies that they should consider sponsoring Banyana or the girl child in whatever area they are in? What is our voice? What is our role as SANWIT? Or is it about when is the next tender going to come out? Why must it not be given to women? That is not true transformation. That is not. It is just what I call hit and run or smash and grab. Because how many millions can I quickly make using SANWIT as an organization, and thereafter I move to the next thing? We must challenge these truths as women. When we gather together like this, let us look beyond, because 50% of the population of this country is women. Forward with radical transformation of women, forward. Malibongwe. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, Program Director.
Deputy Minister of Transport, it's as if you were here yesterday when we deliberated as this woman. You've said everything that came from our hearts. You spoke of the responsibility of us, our individual responsibilities. You speak of the responsibilities of the Department of Transport. You speak to the need for us not to only look at ourselves, but also the communities that we come from. Thank you very much, Minister. You know, I keep telling you that ndiyakhonza ndintombi ewisile. Siyakwamaza siqhenqe, you know, the 7 words